Whee! Oh, you guys, look at the sizzle. I've even got sizzle pants, dude. You see this? You see how it sparkles right here? Oh my God, I got to see that on the camera. Just admire and bask. You guys love it. You're all so happy. It is smoking. I need sunglasses. It's so glittery, somebody says. Yes. There you go, baby. I delivered 100% maximum sizzle for you guys because today's a very important show. Michael was right. Okay, so I'm really, really stoked because we've been doing these readings, and every week on the show, we've got new stuff for you guys. Wow, I'm blind. Please, please don't move the goalposts again. I'm just reporting on what's out there, and it's going to happen when it happens, you guys. But I think we're very, very close. You guys love the outfit. Yes, I mean, this is like, you can't really get any more sizzle than this. The other jacket was very sizzly too. But yeah, it's like Liberace or Elton John. That's exactly right. In fact, I got the right glasses. If I put these glasses on, then it's even more. The sizzle just went up even more. I mean, you see the offering, the sharing that's already taking place in this exchange that you and I are having, this spontaneous brilliance that comes out with wearing this type of an outfit. I mean, you just can't go wrong. You walk into a hotel or a store with this outfit on, you're very confident, and everybody knows, okay, that's the guy who's in charge, man. That looks like he's some musician or creative dude or something. Anyway, we got it, man. I delivered maximum sizzle payload to you guys. 7 geometric thought forms just donated, and he is the giver of this jacket as well, so thank you very much. He is now getting to bask. Hot, 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 says Crystal P. He's getting to bask in his own creation. He wanted me to go out there with a jacket that was this sizzly, and by God, I delivered. Elvis is not dead, says Beverly Adams. That is right. Come on, baby. I'm going to take you down to Graceland. You're going to meet Priscilla. Everything going to happen just the way it's supposed to, baby. Because you know how much Elvis loves you, baby. Elvis really loves you. You know that love just comes right on out through the screen when Elvis is wearing an outfit like this. Yeah, man. I mean, you can't really have a bad show if you're already dressed this well because, you know, dressing the part is being the part, and I'm already most of the way home, you know? So what could go wrong here, you guys? I'm loving the sizzle today. You're looking very slick and spiffy, says Joe Colamedici. Your Elvis impersonation sounds like Shaquille O'Neal. A new crop circle today on Hackpen Hill, White Horse near Winterbourne, Bassett. Oh my God, is that really true? Let's just take a look real quick. What the hell? Because I want to see if that's true. And I know where I would find it, so let's go right to that page. Oh yeah, sure enough, there is a new one. Let's and it's interesting. It's got connections to several things we've been talking about. So we'll put that in there at the right point. All right, you guys, new crop circle that always this is the third time Michael's done this now. He delivers one on the day of the show. So I actually have to embarrass myself and put it in there during the show. All right, well, we've got it in position now. When we get to that part of the show, we're going to actually put that in because we're that good, man. We can just keep up with every single thing that's going on. But yes, thank you guys for that. Let's see what else you've got to say. You look like that guy on the movie with Will Ferrell. It's so awesome. There's another crop circle, so cool. Yeah, you need a cigar. I need sizzle wings. Maybe a wee bit of glitter in the hair to finish off the look. Seems like a new pattern, new crop circle. That's right. I mean, last Sunday was around the 15th, and we had another one that showed up right then. So it's a great day, you guys. Great to see the YouTube demons did not stop you from going live. Yeah, I mean, let's hope now that since we've got this all booked in, that they know what I'm doing. But anyway, you guys want a little Angry Daddy? Well, God, we're going to start here, but I hope you're listening to me because, boys, this is it. Your mother and I have had a very serious discussion about the ongoing level of disappointment that you boys have been showing not only to each other, but to this family as a whole. There is a fun. Sandra Davis says, thank you so much for your sizzle. Angry Daddy loves you too, Sandra. Well, I hope you're listening to me, boys, because this is it. Your mother and I are very, very, very disappointed. Why? Because you just can't keep on effing up all the time. How many times do I have to tell you, son? How many times do I have to tell you, you just can't keep on effing up? I can't really say it the right way. You understand, the authentic character would be very profane, but just go with it, okay? Just ease back in the chair. Don't worry about anything. Just go with it, boys. Because I'll tell you what, you can't keep on effing up all the time. It just keeps on happening over and over and over again. I look you in the eye and it just seems like there's no life in there, son. When are you going to learn? When are you going to learn, son? Your mother and I have both agreed that I have had it. And while I'm there, like, peace to my man, Scott LaRock, Dizzy, trying to do a rap shout-out, boy, but I can't remember all the names. KRS-One, Boogie Down Productions, BDP, Peace and Unity, boys. There's a reason why your daddy's got this cigarette here. It gives me great insight into things about you that, you know, not everybody knows, son, but let's just say that I have had it. And I want to thank you all for welcoming me into your home once again. This is Angry Daddy. Peace out, yo. Peace to Scott LaRock. Woo! All right. Angry Daddy, you guys love that stuff. Anytime I bust into that, I get lots and lots of smiles and emojis. And we had Cosmin who donated. Thank you very much. We had Sandra Davis. Thank you so much for your sizzle. She donated $50. Let's see if I missed anybody else here. Cosmin, we had him, yep. And then we got Phil Kasubris. Ayatollah Khomeini yesterday says, I have had it. $20. Do an entire show as Angry Daddy. I don't really think that's the point, you guys, but he's mad as a box of frogs, says Daphne Kavana. You guys absolutely love it when I do that. Wow, that was weird, says Neon Angel. It's funny. It's supposed to make you laugh. A couple people don't laugh, but if they're not in an audience, they don't realize everybody's laughing, and they think that it's not funny. We always see one or two of those. Venga Boys Ellington. To prove you got funded, you need to buy a Swiss gold bar. Well, we don't actually have the money in our bank account yet, but we did close a deal. So now we're in that Wile E. Coyote period where you're in the air, paddling in the air, and you're waiting for it to happen. So it's definitely happening. I don't have any ability to pay off my debts yet, but once we get this funding that comes in, we will. So again, thank you for the donation. There have been many, many surprises that have popped up this week, and the Michael time loop has been astounding. So first I want to just reread for you what Michael actually said last week. And again, if you don't know, this is Archangel Michael. I've got this box right here that has a collection of tapes in it that were dictated by me using the protocols of remote viewing in trance. And apparently, according to Pete Peterson and others that were very involved in the remote viewing stuff, there's archangels and angels that are always around waiting for somebody to break through telepathically. If you cannot mess up what they want to say, you got to do it cleanly. You don't interfere with it. You don't add your own ideas. The protocols are very exacting. It took a long time to study this and get it right. But once I did, I had what appears to be Archangel Michael. That's what it identifies as, speaking to me. So the belief system has to really expand here, because now you're looking at the possibility that there are beings that are far more advanced than humans, and that they actively live and work around us, and they are actually playing this game where we all are in an illusion, and karma shows up with plausible deniability. Karma is the fundamental law of the universe according to law of one. Since we are all one, if you infringe upon someone else, you're infringing upon yourself. Therefore, the universe balances that, and whatever you do to somebody else is going to happen to you in a different way. It'll be symbolic, but it'll be equivalent levels of misery. So the whole point is forgiveness, love, compassion, and yet we have people on Earth who are almost incapable of that because of a disease. It's like a disease, I guess. I don't know if we really call it that, but psychopathy, this trauma-induced brain damage that shuts down the frontal lobes, that leaves you feeling like you only get pleasure from hurting other people, from manipulating them, from controlling them, from lying to them. And if one of these types of people gets their hands on you and then you cut them off and you don't let them do everything they want, boy, do they get mad. And boy, do they want to take it out on you, and they make it rough. So it's not like it's easy to deal with these people, but they are out there. Anyway, we got a couple more donations that came in. Let's see what we got here, if I missed anything. Oh, we got that one. Okay, great. Tina Nierenberg, love you, David. And Roger Zabarik, $20 donation. The timing is perfect. We win. Thank you. Well, thank you all for being here. And already we're up to 2824, so I guess the jacket worked. You're going to have to suffer with this jacket for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes. You don't have to watch it all at once. I'm going to be here the whole time. But let's recap what Michael said, because again, what happened is that these tapes were dictated back in 1999, 96 through 2000 is when they all happened. I unsealed them starting in 2021, which means I reread them. I had no idea when I did this back in the 1990s that it was going to be relevant in the future or that I'd ever even read it again. So with how prophetic it has now become, I've essentially been in a nonstop time loop for 4 years. It started really at the beginning of 2022. So all of 22 and 23, I spent working on these 7 Michael Prophecies books. And then I noticed that in book 4, at the beginning of the book, there was very little material from the first half of 1999. Well, why is that? Turns out that 1999 was hidden on 21 tapes that I had forgotten about, that I didn't transcribe until 2006, and I put it in a file called January 99.1 that was different, or .1_n. And that was different than the other files that I'd saved everything else in. So I didn't find these 21 missing transcripts when I was doing the stuff before, when I did the 7 books. But now, there were also 4 more tapes that I'd never even transcribed at all, not in 2006, not ever. And last September is when I began transcribing them while I was in Canada. And this was well after, like a whole year after I'd finished the last Michael book. Now I'm in a whole new game. Now the game is, whoa, every week I read from 1999, starting on January 1st, all these newly unsealed tapes. And then systematically, every single Sunday, we've had dazzling stuff come in. So I've explained this over and over again, that I used remote viewing protocols. I dictated the words into an audio cassette recorder. And this is the recorder right here. We've still got all the original pieces of stuff that I use, so you can see where you put a cassette tape inside, right? That's an audio cassette player. So that's what I was using, was audio cassette tapes, and I put them in this machine. And the record button was a little bit broken, so you can see there's like a line of metal right there if you look really closely. It's not the same as the other buttons, so I would have to kind of push my finger in with my fingernail and really hit it hard to get it to work. But, you know, this is what I dictated into. I'd leave it right on my chest, and I would go into this deep state of trance, mind awake, body asleep, use the remote viewing protocols, no analytical overlay, no emotional reactions, no analysis at all. And from this tape recording, this recorder, I did like, you know, we now have 21 new tapes. And so every Sunday, you guys who are aware, Somebody says, let's get a reef on that guitar. Annex BB&B. I don't even want to know exactly what you mean by reef, but I'm pretty sure I do. No, we're not going to put any joints or other types of smokable things on my guitar. That wouldn't really send out the right message for this family-friendly show. But anyway, the point is that we have been doing this every single week for 9 months. And it's dazzling. I mean, every week, the voice from 1999 that I just showed you where the tapes are from is predicting all the stuff that's going on in the world. And so last week, we were just starting to get into this Israel versus Iran thing. They had sent missiles over and they started bombardment, and then Iran was counter-bombing, and it was already very frightening a week ago. And as we went into that show, this is what Michael had to say. So it's so amazing. First of all, before we get to what he had to say, it was this dream where I was going to deliver a man who had caused pain to so many people into the hands of the authorities. That is prophetic of the arrests. The authorities did come, and it was the FBI. And that is a major player in the game. So this was one of the dreams that we had that just hits it right on the money. The FBI is doing this. There's going to be arrests. It's going to be amazing. That's where we were last week already. Somebody from this organization was outside. There were all these children around us. This represents people who have been freed from them. And I started singing the Beatles song, It's Getting Better All the Time, right as he was being arrested. And that's a song off Sgt. Pepper, a really great song. This was a dazzling prophecy of the arrests. And then the next day's dream had an amazing reading. This was where, because again, one of the unique things about the Michael prophecies is that I would remember my dreams, I'd dictate them into the tape recorder, and then I would also do readings at the same time. So we get both. Ox Christ is King. Hey, David, your opinion on crypto? I mean, I've seen that Bitcoin is very high right now. I don't know if that's a good time to bite into an investment. I mean, it could go way down, so I don't know if I would do that. Midnight Mark says, this is why I like Wilcock. Wholesome content, no vulgarity nor smut, all intelligence paired with style. Thank you very much. Woo! Yeah, baby. Check this out. Patricia Garrett, thank you, David, for doing this every week. It is difficult. Elisa Taylor says, love the jacket. I love glamour. Wear dress different. Also, when can afford blessings, beautiful soul. Much love and honor for all you have done, do, and will do. Crypto is not doing well. Bitcoin is down below 100,000, says Phil Kasubris. Yeah, I definitely would, not be buying Bitcoin right now if it's all that high. So anyway, unlike other prophetic sources that have come and gone, like Nostradamus, we have a seamless weaving of dreams that Michael seems to be writing the dreams, and then he also writes the readings. So this was the one that we saw last week that if it wasn't for what happened this week, and what we're also going to see next week, I mean, Michael has gone into war mode. All the readings are talking about this war, and it's just dazzling because how did I do this in 1999? Well, I didn't do it, but how did Michael do this in 1999? I had no idea that this stuff was going to be unsealed 25 years in the future. I had no idea that the world was going to go this way, that there was going to be this pandemic. I mean, all the things that have gone down have been predicted by Michael, but I didn't realize that until beginning in September, October of 2021. And the last 4 years have been a wild adventure. So this was the dream that I had. It is prophetic of how they have to drill and fill in the world, and that's basically what's going on right now. Richard, a little 9-year-old boy I had to live with for a while, had a big gap taken out of his tooth. It went clear through to the other side. The dentist showed it to me, and it was pretty big. He was going to get it drilled and filled. It was filled right then, and there was a little bit of blood, but he never complained. So as I said, this is prophetic of healing our smile as a planet, and now it seems to be about the attacks on Iran as well. The drilling and filling. They drilled through the ground to create these bunker busters. So, check this out. If you see, the very first thing he says, dude, if you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they are sure going to be pretty fantastic in scope. Quarantines definitely has a pandemic prophecy, lockdowns, all that kind of stuff. And the war would have been when that all started because something was deployed. Wow, we're at 3,403. I feel great, man. You guys all showed up for me, and I'm going to give you an amazing show. So let's just stick with the content. So this not only has a COVID layer, which is very obvious, talking about lockdowns, that they would be fantastic in scope worldwide. This is also, as I said last week, about the arrests. After the war. Well, what war are they talking about? This war, the one we're in right now. This somehow, and I'm not sure how it's going to happen. I can't guess everything the Alliance is going to do. Nobody's been right about everything. There's always plot twists and surprises. But the Alliance, again, the U.S. military intelligence community working against something way more evil and sinister than most people would even want to believe. It turns out that people in the world are into Satanism on a very elite level. That's just what you're going to have to deal with. And we've been preparing everybody so that more and more people know about it, so that when it finally comes out, that we don't have everybody end up in the hospital, we don't have everybody end up in like some sort of fetal position in bed, sucking their thumb, semi-comatose, and not wanting to get out of bed. So what really seems to be going on, the whole struggle that we've had here is to express that, yes, the U.S. military is not the enemy. Yeah, they get a lot of money from America, but hey, we need that. We need that to protect ourselves. The U.S. military is actually the good guy. And this is part of what inspired me to join a military-oriented aerospace company and try to get these patents out there. Free energy, anti-gravity, med beds, quantum computing, etc. These things need to come out. It will revitalize our economy. It will give us a space age like nothing we've ever had. That's what the Alliance wants. It grew out of the Majestic 12. It grew out of the UFO cover-up, which is way more complex than most people realize. There's only a few of us out there who have had multiple insiders who we've spoken to, and I'm one of them. You'd have Dr. Greer being another one, Project Camelot being another example, but there's not very many people who have been able to talk to multiple inside sources who have firsthand knowledge of a vast breakaway civilization or secret space program. You can call it whatever you want, but it's real. They have something like 250 of their own bases underground that are all connected with a sub-shuttle system that's like a pneumatic tube that you blow through, and it has a vomit chute in the middle if you throw up while you're going because it's so fast. They have bases underground, they have bases on the moon, they have bases throughout our solar system, and there are approximately 64 locations throughout the galaxy that have American soldiers in them who have traveled there through exotic technology. Most of these bases, from what I've heard, would have at least 2,500 soldiers stationed at them, and they're literally all over the galaxy. So these people at this level are interacting with various extraterrestrials in their everyday lives. When you go off planet, that's one of the things that happens. You become part of this galactic family. And many of these ETs, if you're around them, you get this beautiful cosmic high. It's exhilarating. You feel this spiritual bliss when you're around these people. And there are certain types of ETs that, again, have the big eyes and they look human, but they have a larger skull, larger eyes, smaller bodies. That's one type. But then far more interesting than that, actually, is the extraterrestrial humans who project themselves into human bodies out of energy. That's a whole dimensional level beyond other types of humanoids. Those types can make any body they want. They could create any physical form they want. So they make something that looks familiar to us on purpose because they can make it look like anything they want. We had a donation come in. Jim Garrigus, woo, yeah, you are looking sharp today, definitely. You keep me on the edge of my seat every Sunday. I'm ready for amazing changes that will be here imminently. Thank you. Just making sure I didn't miss anything else. No, we got them all. All right, good. Thank you guys so much for being here. And again, we're at 3,718 viewers now. So we are doing great. The extraterrestrial presence is very interesting because, again, the extraterrestrial humans can appear on Earth and disguise themselves as normal people, and they can steer events of history. And apparently every U.S. president has been visited, whether they knew it or not, by these projected extraterrestrial humans, and that would be fifth density. Fourth density, again, they could look like aquatic people, they could look like lizard people, they could look like grays, They could look more human, but with a different pastel color of the rainbow for their skin. Pastel red, pastel yellow, pink, blue, green, orange. You're going to meet people that have all these different characteristics. Interestingly enough, there are some people who are jet black, like blacker than anybody on Earth is. There's just all different kinds of humans out there, and in fourth density, they're kind of set that way. But in fifth density, they exist as a ball of energy. They can project into a human form. That's what is speaking right now. In fact, Archangel Michael supposedly is the #1 angel in Jesus' pantheon, the #1 fighter of evil. He is personally tasked with the destruction of evil. So Valiant Thor was a projected human ET of this category that showed up in 1957, visited the Pentagon. Frank Stranges wrote a book called Stranger at the Pentagon that has some of the story of Valiant Thor in it. And it appears that at that time, Valiant Thor spent 3 years in the Pentagon, 24 hours a day, working with staff, and they created this thing called the Plan. It had already been started by Howard Hughes. It was augmented by Archangel Michael / Valiant Thor, because he uses different names to conceal his identity. And this plan is now being fulfilled, where the whole world is getting to see that there is something biblical going on here. There's a very strange biblical type of ET story where ideas that many of us would have decried as being superstitious and conspiratorial and foolish, it's like, no, actually, we're now learning what the Bible had to say. We're learning that what the Bible had to say was true. We just were missing several of the pieces. Both sides use craft to travel in. That's all over the Old Testament and the New Testament. Jesus comes and goes in a cloud. That's usually seen as a reference as a UFO in our business. There's lots of great evidence for that. So, dude, when they started speaking through me, these angelic human ETs, as Archangel Michael, I did it for a long time. I finally lost track of it around 2004, and most of it was over by 2000. I never would have imagined that these words I'd remote viewed were going to be of such great significance in the future. Only in 2009 did Pete Peterson reveal to me that this group from within Majestic, from within what we're calling the UFO cover-up, that has all that knowledge, they felt with the exotic technology that they'd been developing for 70, 80 years, they needed to stop the world from being destroyed by these evil aliens. What you would think of as Satan and demons are actually extraterrestrials, like greys and reptilians and insectoids. And then there's also an actual category of demonics that manifest as a hallucination mostly from the lower astral planes of Earth's spiritual field. So those extraterrestrials actually work to teach people on Earth how to contact lower astral demonics through these various ceremonies. And so, believe it or not, as crazy as this sounds, the negative extraterrestrials are actually running our world. The top thing is an AI that would be considered Satan, and it's definitely got an AI agenda. And everybody in the classified world knows that. I've spoken to, over 30 different people that told me about a negative AI that would be very well known in the Area 51 paradigm. The Dracos and the Greys, insectoids, are serving the AI, and part of what the AI wanted to do is to get us all microchipped, which didn't happen, thank God. But once I was told there would be a major depopulation event, this was from Uncle Jack, one of my top insiders. After there was a major depopulation, everybody gets this live injection of an AI nanotechnology that turns you into an android. And you're not just any android, you're fully able to shapeshift. You can turn into anything you want. You could pool down into the carpet or look like the ceiling. You can look like anything you want. You can run really fast, jump really fast. You're essentially indestructible. It's basically like the T-1000 in Terminator 2. There was so much stuff in the Terminator movies, it was based on truth. And you have two different characters in the X-Men films who have the dark blue skin who can shapeshift into anything they want. That's another example of it as well. So the Alliance is a real thing, and they're tasked with defeating evil, Valiant Thor / Archangel Michael apparently gave them instructions, and then I apparently was part of the plan that I'm going to come in and get these telepathic messages after learning about that, UFOs are real and we actually have this huge secret space program. It's both underground and off planet. It's on Mars, it's on the moon, other moons and asteroids throughout our solar system. It's a huge subject. So these entities that can project into human form apparently chose me to help get this message across. They only need to do it once. So there might be a few people in the audience here and there who don't like me. Doesn't really matter whether you like me or not. I got chosen for this. It's just what we have to do. And I have to keep doing this show all the time. So we have a few more that showed up here. We got Sally Wu donated $50. Thank you very much. We've got Nate Pierce. Great sizzle jacket this week, fam, he says. And then we got Leanne Boudreau. Thank you for speaking to us today. David Wilcock. Looking great. You're all blinged out in your sizzle jacket. Sizzling hot, says Palace Athena. Black goo, says Beverly Adams. Yes. So we have lots of interesting things that are happening right now. And the black goo is part of the story, what we heard, that this AI has a nanite type of broth that it created that is like a black goo, and it's actually tons and tons and tons of little machines. You don't want to mess with that black goo. That was something that apparently the X-Files got totally tipped off about that. So the Alliance is arresting the DS, and that's what the whole presidency that we're in now is about, as well as his prior presidency, as well as the one in between. This has all been staged. We started to hear about it. I started to hear about it in 2009, that there was going to be an event that would take place where the cell phones would start to give off an emergency broadcast system. They're going to show you movies that will shock the hell out of you, that will make you realize that we live in a biblical story, that there is biblical evil on Earth, and that it was defeated by this U.S. military and foreign military intelligence community initiative. The Alliance is truly worldwide. So I've been waiting for them to do this final move, final arrest, since 2009. We're talking about 16 years now, and I'm tired of waiting, but in the process, I've been reporting on this and what I think is going on the whole time. And now it's gotten very, very exciting, because in 2017, they began posting, and that's this right here, right, that letter. And that started in like October, late October. And dude, it was the same stuff that I'd already been talking about and listening to for 8 years. And Pete Peterson had told me that I had solved many problems for them since 2009. The Alliance didn't really know how to get this information out there. How do you disclose extraterrestrials? How do you disclose Antarctica is Atlantis? That there's stone ruins under there, that there's bases down there that are built into the stone ruins. How do you disclose that extraterrestrials exist? How do you disclose this is a biblical battle between good and evil? I started doing it and solving a lot of the problems. By the time the post came out in 2017, I'd been at this for 8 years already. Full time. I mean, that was what I was doing. So it's been an amazing journey. And then I didn't find out until 2021 that the readings I had done from 96 to 2000, these Archangel Michael readings, talked about the plan and talked about the number 17 and talked about 47 and talked about Biden and Kamala and Obama, and just everything that's been going on has been predicted. It's stunning, because whatever I happen to be reading is where it goes. So as I was unsealing the books and I went through 97, 98, 99 were the main years, as I'm reading along and writing the book, those events are unfolding in history that they're referring to in the book. Now, Michael says that these evil people will be arrested, they will be exposed, and that this apparently triggers some type of massive awakening that leads to a consciousness shift, that there's actually a physics change as a result of us throwing off the negative and no longer being lied to. And that is so exciting. So this is a prophecy. This whole passage was so prophetic. He says, if you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they are sure going to be pretty fantastic in scope. Well, that could be also that people after this war that we're in right now get arrested, and then they're under quarantine, maybe in Cuba. So then think about it that way. Oh, Yeah, because many people are going to be arrested. It's going to be fantastic in scope. To address the officials with these concerns is to follow up on deaf ears. Nobody officially announces that this is going on. Via lock, I had to actually go back to the tape, by the way. I wanted to make damn sure I got this right, because I'm like, via lock, what the hell is that? And so I had to listen to it over and over again and make sure that I wasn't mishearing it, and I had to get it transcribed exactly correct. And I did. I listened to it several times in a row to make darn sure that I got it right. Oh my gosh, we got a big old red one. That's Kenneth Bates right there. Donated $200. Thank you very much. I think he's the winner now for this week. Looking forward to the Ascension. Thank you for expressing the message of spiritual individualism and the divine state. See you on the upside. He's got 16 likes. We're at almost 4,300 viewers already. I love it. Beverly Adams says a German physicist, Harold Kautz-Vella, said the black goo evil demiurge was neutralized a few years ago to allow the alliance to gain ground. I have not heard that. I'm just going to go with what Michael says. But anyway, you guys say you like the channel. I'm looking forward to seeing my deceased loved ones. People are thanking Kenneth Bates for the donation. Anyway, yeah, it's great to be here. Via lock, they have instigated a program of events known as Lie and Deny. So I listened to it 7 times, and I said right here, very unambiguous prophecy of lockdowns and the coming arrests after the war. But the officials will be having deaf ears. They're never going to admit this until it's over, because deception has been part of the plan. You guys keep giving me more money. Oh, not reef, but riff on the guitar, says John Davies. Okay, well, you saw where my mind was going. Ed Creeder says, I recently listened to your interview with Art Bell from 2001 from the high desert. Be more you. Yeah, I mean, I was on there back in 2001, 2 different times, once by myself and once with Dr. Scott Mandelker. When I was there by myself, we only did an hour. And we talked about solar flash and that kind of stuff. Somebody says, Wild, it's still only showing 1,343 viewers for me. Well, we're seeing 4,337. Who is 17? Again, it is the posts that were done starting in the year 2017 by what I believe to be the U.S. military intelligence apparatus, and specifically what grew out of the UFO cover-up. They have exotic technology, including looking glass, which allows them to see into the future. With that technology and with the help of extraterrestrial humans like Archangel Michael, Valiant Thor, they apparently designed this plan. The final stage of the plan is where all of these scary things happen. There's a scare event. We're in that right now. We may be in the final one. And then everybody's going to be ready for this to stop. They don't want to suffer anymore. They don't want to feel like they're threatened with death. But check this out. I mean, how did Michael know all this stuff in 1999? The lockdown, via lock, they instigated a program of events known as Lie and Deny. That's exactly what they did. They lied and they denied, but they quarantined us. If you see the quarantines brought in, they were fantastic in scope. So this both is a COVID prophecy as well as talking about what we are now anticipating is going to happen very soon. So if you haven't heard about this before, welcome to the show. Ooh, this looks like there's vegetables or something on my jacket, right? It looks like we just slathered me in delicious, glorious seaweed that sparkles. So this is so amazing, and that's the first thing he said. Since the priest was chastised for his own involvements, there's been more and more dark at the time of this most recent catastrophe. Look to the mother, to the bringer of this truth. So I have my own individuals that are stalking me. Apparently the same ones stalked me when I was known as the priest in this lifetime where I built the pyramid. That was the Edgar Cayce past life connection. If you look at my face and his, they look identical. But then also this is about the Catholic Church, and that these individuals have been chastised for their involvement, because again, the Vatican is the center, the spiritual center of this whole thing. That's where it's always been. And because of these involvements that they have, these dark involvements, there's more and more dark at the time of this most recent catastrophe, which is actually, we're in a catastrophe right now. We're in this big crazy war, right? And then it says, look to the mother, to the bringer of this truth. Well, the reason why the Virgin Mary of Garabandal prophecies were rejected by the Catholic Church from 61 to 65 was because they didn't want to be implicated by Mother Mary as being evil, and that's what she said. So it lines up very nicely. Last time we sent too much information, go outside and bring it back. Bring back something that others can see about you. As I said, this is talking about the Casey readings, what I may have done in another lifetime. But now we've got all of the best stuff in 7 books that you can read fairly quickly. It's a very quick read. It's just amazing stuff. Don't work up high on stilts. Come down to earth where everyone else is. If we were to design a prototype UFO craft for you, we want you to be able to fly it well. Well, that is exactly what we're getting ready to do. As soon as we get our hands on money, it says here, another astounding Stavatti loop, Chris, the CEO of the company, allegedly worked directly with these human ETs to be able to develop his anti-gravity designs. I constantly try to get him to slow down his talking speed to come down to earth where everybody else is instead of being up high on stilts. And yeah, we had that happen again. You know, he was doing pretty well in the first part of the board meeting, and then after about the 50-minute mark, he just started talking really fast, and I'm the transcriber, so it's very hard to keep up with him. And my hand is still messed up because I had a bad thumb from pulling weeds. Anyway, the bottom line is that I was afraid that the existing companies would never come out with this classified technology because they have too much to lose. The existing defense contractors that may have been involved in this stuff are not going to come out in the open because they could be implicated criminally on a vast level for not having revealed these technologies that could have saved the world before. So our company, Stavatti, that's what we're doing. We're bridging the Area 51 divide into the mainstream technology world. And if we had been funded 3 or 4 years ago, we would have been doing this 3 or 4 years ago. But we've had incredible opposition. And we finally got a deal. And so one of the first things we want to do is design a prototype UFO craft that we can fly well. So this is Michael saying, yes, he's guiding Chris, he's guiding me, and this is all coming in. And we now have a non-military deal to develop this technology. That's the one that is stuck first. There's other deals in orbit. Some of them may be real, some of them may not. We had some clue that one of the ones that we thought was going to be coming in might not be real. That's okay. We're very selective. It's very, very easy to get money that you don't want from the intelligence community. We don't want money from the intelligence community. We're not interested in any of the usual suspects making us another swamp entity. And so because we have turned down so many of those, that's one of the reasons it's taken so long to get funded. Because it's very easy to get the wrong money. It's very difficult to get money that is not connected to that. So let's keep going. What looks like a mission to you might actually just be time running out, a horrible crash-like fate we have spoken of. That sure sounds like missiles crashing into buildings, doesn't it? And that's what's happening. It finishes rapidly. Woo, thank God, right? Maybe this thing won't last very long. It finishes rapidly as you move through the most important time period when things start getting crazier and crazier. The resources, I guess, from the intelligence community simply won't be there to track people down anymore. So this is just very interesting. The horrible fate may indicate that war happens soon, and I had written that slide before this spontaneous war broke out. I could not believe how accurate this was. The resources to track people down appear to be another type of arrests. So again, what looks like a mission might actually be time running out, a horrible crash-like fate. It finishes rapidly, thank God, as you move through the most important time period when things start getting crazier and crazier. The resources simply won't be there to track people down anymore. Oh, right, people who were here and maybe we don't want them here. That's probably what it's talking about. Oh goodness, we've got another big red one. Venga Boys Ellington donated $100, and he says there are both negative and positive reptilian aliens. Yes, I agree with you. Ever heard of a peaceful race called the Naga? That's right. Huge humanoid cobra like water snake. That's true. Think of Medusa with the Ka gaze. Nagas are constrictors. Stephen, I can't say that. Somebody goes below the belt. I can't. I respect Stephen too. I mean, somebody who's going to give up his whole life and end up in prison for the rest of his life just to create stupid bullying that doesn't hurt me. Okay, that's what you want to do. You've been doing it for 8 years now. It's not going to be going on much longer. This guy apparently is going after everybody, and therefore we're looking at high level treason. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. So anyway, the finishing rapidly is a very good thing. And again, we're already seeing that the events that just happened were a big surprise, yes. The fact that it was bombed in 3 places, that these were deep underground bunker busters, yes, that's fascinating. Because if the U.S. maybe hadn't have done this, then there could have been stuff that would have happened that would have been much, much worse and much, much bigger. And now everybody's saying, okay, we're done. Let's call for peace. And there's nobody in there anymore. The facilities all got cleared out. So this is very, very interesting. Finishes rapidly. Let's hope that's true. Please don't forget it is easier to unite than separate. Business as usual carries with it a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. And then there was a waitress with strong perfume on. And again, the arrests are very unpleasant for some. And there is also one type of inoculation that is done in the mouth as well. You are correct in seeing how it is that this metaphor of tooth decay, which remember the kid had the drilled tooth in the dream, translates into the global picture, the drill and fill. Namely, those governments being presented to the young child. And Chris and I had just made a huge deal with 2 governments. We're talking to top allies of America. And the alliance is about to do the drill and fill. And it did happen. You know, the cavities would be like the 3 places where they had these areas, but everybody had been cleared out. These areas were empty and abandoned. And let's hope this can put the whole thing to rest, you know. But now there's these holes in the ground where the bunker buster bombs went in, where this was done. So that's your drill and fill. They filled the cavity. You know, look, and I'm not saying I agree with all this. I'm a person who is dealing with events and realities that have already happened. And instead of shrieking like a little girl and, oh my God, this is so horrible and we should never have had a war and nobody should ever do anything military, I'm just dealing with the fact that it already happened. We're already in that reality where it took place. Let's try to figure out what the heck this means and what can we do as people to feel better about ourselves now that we've been thrown into this chaos, you know, like, and Michael is right there with us, man. So it's a very significant tooth decay in his mouth. It is this decay that we are wishing on filling at the present moment. And this suggests that we will get funded. Again, we have the deal. We just haven't gotten the money yet. Hopefully that'll happen very soon. And it's also talking about the DS's effect upon us as a whole. We all need to have our smile fixed. And now this is totally talking about the war that we're going through right now, and it's just absolutely astounding. Even though to your people right now, this seems to be a gigantic drama, you think? Replete with the ever-shifting circumstances of something so much larger than yourself. To us, it is just another game of toy soldiers being played by powers compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being, nothing more, nothing less. I mean, wow. This is just absolutely crazy. Because he's talking about stuff that's happening now, but it's in 1999. It's just dazzling. A game of toy soldiers, right? Because there was nobody actually in these bases. So the U.S. did the ceremonial bombing, supposedly got rid of their nuclear facilities, and they're all gone now, but there was nobody there. So yeah, it was like toy soldiers. Nobody actually got hurt. That's kind of what's amazing. And it's not really, and remember, they said it's going to disappear soon. It seems to be a gigantic drama, but they're saying it's just a game of toy soldiers. Nothing more, nothing less. This clearly shows that Michael knew that this war was coming in 1999. You, David, will have a lot more to say about this as time permits. And that implies, again, that I'll be much more visible as time goes on, having done this work for the Alliance. They say that everybody who's doing this is a hero. For now, let's focus on the immediate tasks at hand. Let's keep reviving our old readings as we have been doing. This is indeed quite excellent. So he's telling me, keep on doing it week after week. And by God, the coming week is amazing. What we're going to see next week, I can't even get through it all this week. And you'll find that it does enhance our accuracy at this point as well. It is quite excellent. It is pretty obvious that you, being our caretakers, are able to enact some sizable changes in terms of how events unfold. We're seeing that right now. I'm curious, are we truly under a cosmic quarantine, as Hoagland suggested? And if we are, does this mean you could somehow slow down the war that might happen. Well, we're in that war right now. Are we slowing it down? Yeah, we're not going to have World War III. In other words, how far are you going to allow this war to go if it does happen all the way? You can probably, because we're talking about Kosovo back in 1999. You can scan my mind and are well aware that I'm reading articles that are showing how far it's going. Since you're so intimately involved with global politics, you probably know that better than anybody else, don't you? So Michael says, we sometimes have to understand that immediately available opportunities to change these circumstances are not forthcoming as much as we would like. Thus, see our range of control decisively dovetailing those infinitely complex measures that must be taken on a subtle energetic level. This is a level wherein the consciousness of key people involved and the subtle manipulation of their subconsciousness is paramount. So in other words, they don't need to show up in ships. They can manipulate people telepathically, and the people don't even realize it, but they're steering us onto a positive timeline. These actions which you have seen regarding the presence of our ships powering down nuclear missiles, plants, and the like are indeed another viable tool. And I'm reading this again the day after we just powered down, we, America, powered down the nuclear facilities in Iran. This is considered much more dangerous. It's far more of a last-ditch effort, so to speak. So they would like to get to the point where they never have to show up in their ships and stop the nukes. When the ostrich of your people brings his head up out of the sand, it will no longer be necessary for us to race behind you with a pooper scooper, wondering when the next time is that something will fall. Michael's agenda is for us to learn how to take care of ourselves and see the truth as it is. And when we were hiking, there was goose poop, and I told Chris's kids not to step in it. So that was another really interesting time loop there, because it was the day before I unsealed this that I saw that poop. Right for the time being, we do perceive a growing discontent in your people, a discontent with their own lives, a desire to move forward, but a seeming inability to do so. And this is prophetic of the riots that we're seeing and other things, which didn't really turn into anything that bad. Since so many of you have not allowed the personal growth process to flourish and blossom, we have not simply come in and miraculously stopped these aggressions from occurring. Thus, we're seeing an Israel-Iran war going on. Consider this as a functioning aspect of the total global karma of your planet and a very viable measuring indicator of the degree of disharmony within people and peoples. So they can't just miraculously stop the war. However, they're also going to make sure that it doesn't go on for very long and that we're all going to be okay. It's not going to be World War III. The fact that this is all being spoken about in 1999 and then it's time looped into 2025, and right when we get to that part of the transcript from 99, we've been doing it every week for 9 months. It just so happens to be talking about this war right as it gets started. It's dazzling. And we got at least 2 more weeks of this stuff ahead of us. I've read ahead now, and it's like, okay, yeah, things are going to get pretty wild here. It's not like it's all going to be over, but I don't think it's going to turn into World War III. I do think it's going to end quickly. And we're at 4,566 viewers right now. Find out more about glamorized violence and how your society is saturated with it, and when a war comes around. Wow, I mean, he's so on the nose, right? This is 26 years ago. It is simply like putting on a pair of old pants again and suddenly realizing how well they fit, so to say. The men in the planning rooms are very well aware of our existence. These are the human ETs. They do not realize the power and the capacity that we have to guard and to monitor these events. So he knows in our time loop that a war has come around. But we will be guarded and protected. That's what they're telling us. Again, the unfortunate truth is we do need to let you have your free will. However, since we're at the end of your present cycle, we must do everything in our power to stop these events that would create global disasters in your terms. So there you go. They're going to stop it, and they're going to use everything in their power to make sure we don't have a global disaster. And thus, if it does get right down to it, we will gladly risk our own lives to come in on our ships and stop the usage of nuclear devices so as to prevent the loss of this great Mother Earth and our consciousness as a whole. And I said here, there's many examples of these interventions stopping nuclear war covered in a 2010 press briefing at the National Press Club in D.C. by Robert Hastings. So they will actually sacrifice their own lives to save our planet, and that is very, very reassuring and heroic. Remember, half of the people on your planet are from the exploded planet that became the asteroid belt known as Maldek, And that apparently was a Earth-like world in our solar system that was destroyed by AI. Thus, they have already been through this cycle before, the cycle of destroying their own planet. So we have a deep karmic memory of this. Keep that in mind as hostilities rise. That's what's happening right now. You will see this is old karma playing itself out yet again. And then as I first unsealed this, Ukraine had done a massive escalation where they blew up 54 Russian planes. Now we're seeing this major escalation of hostilities rising. War is coming. We're in the middle of this Israel-Iran thing. As the landowners convene in one location, you do find they will all be fighting over various small scraps of bread, like communion, right? Both Judaism and Christianity have communion bread. And this is also talking about Russia wanting their 4 oblasts. The UK doesn't want to lose any territory. And it's a communion metaphor because they've directly attacked churches. And this also fits very well with the Iran-Israel war because, again, Israel is the center place of 3 different monotheistic faiths. You got Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And they all have Israel as a very, very important center for them. We had $4,499.99 TRY, which is Turkish something. Anyway, thank you. That's pretty huge. Many thanks from Istanbul, Turkey, says Sida Diker. Thank you very much. Let's see if I missed anything else here. I'll just scroll back a little bit. We got that one. Okay, so we're good. We're up to date. Is your SM-150 prototype ready yet? No, but we're working on it. Venga Boys, Ellington, Deep State or Steven tried to hack into my military-level hack-proofed home network when I sent you super chats. My military-grade IDPS just bricked their devices. Well, thank you, Venga Boys, and again, thank you for the donation. We got 4,600 people watching. I want to keep going because we have so much material to get through today, and I don't want it to take forever. Think about the fact that the bullet train approaches very rapidly. This seems to be talking about their ships that look like a bullet, like cigar-shaped UFOs. It will indeed take those who are prepared to the higher realms. We cannot stress this enough. This is why we keep repeating ourselves over and over again. Let's focus on what we can do here today. Focus on your own personal growth process, on the fact that despite these distressing conditions, the point of all of this is for you to move more in the direction of joy and service to others and of overthrowing selfish personality distortions that might have characterized your past. So these war conditions spiritually invoke us to become more spiritual and to have more joy, service to others, and not to be so selfish. Remember, stone is truly visible to us as stone. And here they're talking about someone's heart made of stone. And whither does the self become available when you are unwilling to see the results of your present orientation? In other words, if your heart is stone, you're never going to see the true self, the Christ consciousness that's loving. Conflict and peacemaking. Oh, so there is going to be peace soon. They're saying that again. Has as a central issue the fact that the people themselves are causing their leaders to process this karma on a massive level. As progress is made and as there is a continued motion towards the alleviation of your planetary distresses, you will find more and more crusaders for truth rising to the challenge of personal growth and not failing to see the import of their own actions. Each one of you holding your hand. So Michael is saying that you are surrounded, if you are a crusader for truth, if you're out there doing the right thing for humanity. Mick Boswell donated and said ribbit. Thank you very much. Anyway, each one of you holding your hand, what we're seeing here is, yes, these beings love us and they're supporting us, and it's a very personal journey for each one of us as a crusader for truth. There's a capacity for immense transformation on the personal level. Michael says the arrests lead to our ascension. This also has a trickle-down effect into that of the planet, and thus, if you are able to stay centered, calm, and serene, it does dramatically increase the available energy that we have to work to create changes upon your physical sphere. This goes back to the good old meditation effect, right? You got, I mean, how could you not want to have an effect when you're watching somebody wearing this? I mean, this is just like so much sizzle, I can't even stand it, dude. The meditation effect, 7,000 people meditating together reduced global crime, terrorism, and fatalities by 2/3, actually 3/4. 75%. Just 7,000 people did that. So we don't quite have 7,000 watching. We're at about 5,000. We're getting up to 5,000. But as the show goes on, more people watch it and they all participate. We're creating that consciousness field right now. We are creating the meditation effect. And so I really want you to understand that part of your job, because remember, the meditation effect's only 7,000 people. We're going to have more than 7,000 viewers. Part of your job is to be in that state of meditation. And just like Michael says, you want to remain centered, calm, and serene, because this meditation effect dramatically increases the work that they have to help us. In other words, prayers are not just some random thing that doesn't matter. Prayers invoke energy that these beings can use to save our planet. The more heartfelt and real it is, the better it works. And so, yeah, this is super, super exciting, because as a small number of us stay in alignment, we don't fall for the fear, because Michael knew this whole thing was going to happen in 1999. Therefore, it's not going to turn into World War III. He just said they'll blow themselves up to make sure that won't happen. They'll actually blow up their own ships if they have to stop this from happening. So we don't need to worry about it. And Michael says if you can actually take his statements literally, have the faith that you're going to be okay, stay calm, centered, and serene, they can make us much safer on planet Earth. So think on these things, and we do remind you, you are loved more than you could possibly imagine. No further psychic explanation is necessary on that one. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So this is where we were up until, this is where we were last week, and I read all this to you last week. And then on Friday, after I'd already injured my thumb, we had a new unsealing, and it completely blew me away, you guys. It absolutely appears that the event is close at hand. It absolutely appears that we are in the final last couple of stages before the Alliance is going to have your emergency broadcast system, potentially power outages, maybe up to 10 days. It's going to be a big, irreversible change. People are going to freak out. Your job is partly to make sure people don't freak out too much, because people in your family, if they don't know about this, if they don't know that there's a plan, they're going to go nuts. I think that will happen. Joshua, I felt compelled to support the sizzle. Appreciate all that you do. Thank you very much, Joshua. That's him right there. And we also have Dr. Amanda Noel and Bonnie Demlong, both donated $20. We had 3 20s all in a row there. Second one, Dr. Amanda Noel, love trumps all. May our meditation today shift us on a positive timeline. Amen and Amama. Thank you. And we have Bonnie Demlong. Thank you very much. And then we have A. Aura. I followed you since your first appearance on Art Bell. Keep up the great work. Yay! And we're at 4,600 viewers now. And I've got so much sizzle, man, I don't even need to talk. I could just sit here and do a gazing meditation, but you probably wouldn't want to hang around for the whole length of time if I didn't talk. So we're not going to go that way. Anyway, the new unsealing is absolutely amazing, dude. And I remember last week I was like, I don't know if it really goes on. Well, there's a period of dreams that happens first, and that goes right up until about like April 20th. So from where we stopped on April 11th to the 20th, there's a big fat belly of dreams that don't have readings in them, and I'm like, oh my God, this is going to take a whole week. Well, no, I figured out how to condense them, get them down so we can do it in 1 week. But then, starting around the 20th, and there's actually some stuff before then, like the 18th and the 19th, that's really cool too, but dude, the 20th and the 21st, they're so accurate, and they're talking about the war, and they're giving us all this insight. And so this thing is probably not going to stop right away. It's probably going to go on till at least next Sunday, if not the Sunday after. But what Michael is saying is just so dazzling. So I kind of wanted the time loops of Michael to be the main focus of today's show, because they've just delivered on such a vast level. It's truly mind-boggling. So it absolutely appears that the event, the arrests, are close at hand. And they were telling us all along in these posts that there was going to be a scare event that would make everybody afraid that they were all going to die. And that's actually happening right now. I don't think it's going to go that way. And Michael is still talking about it next Sunday. So it does appear, again, 34 and 35 are the 2 posts that talk about the arrest most directly. We've never been closer than we are now. And the alliance is obviously real. So now I'm going to take you through the week's events and provocative headlines. We're not going to read everything because I don't have enough time. But I want to take you through some of the headlines just since our last show, one of which was before the show that I hadn't caught. And I believe that these are all the result of the Alliance getting ready to deliver us some incredible truth. Where is the gangster purple sizzle feather hat? I don't have a purple feather hat, but if somebody wants to send me one, maybe I'll wear it on the next show. You never know. I might be crazy enough to do that. So Antarctic Atlantis quantum leap happened on Saturday. Huge breakthrough. This is UK Daily Express. Huge breakthrough is ancient lost world discovered under the ice in Antarctica. And so there's the headline. Scientists use ice-penetrating radar to discover hidden land deep below Antarctica's ice sheet. And it says right here, they're claiming it's been hidden for more than 34 million years. That's not true. It was 12,500 years ago, the fall of Atlantis, that Atlantis sank and then got covered up with ice. But it's below a mile of ice in Antarctica. Using satellite data and ice-penetrating radar, scientists revealed rivers once ran through forests in a remote land that is now buried under ice. Oh, damn. Dude, that's exactly what I've been telling you guys this whole time. That there's land down there and that they actually have inhabited it. They have bases and everything. Researchers estimate the buried landscape discovered in Wilkes Land, a remote inland part of East Antarctica, spans more than 12,000 square miles. Stuart Jameson, lead author of the study, said it was like uncovering a time capsule. Isn't that a leading statement? The land underneath the East Antarctic ice sheet is less well known than the surface of Mars. And then it says here, it had towering ridges and deep valleys, 3 blocks of higher ground between 75 and 105 miles long, up to 53 miles wide, separated by valleys nearly 3,900 feet deep and up to 25 miles wide. They refer to this ice sheet as cold-based, which means that the ice is frozen to the ground, slow-moving, so there's minimal erosion. Well, the part they're not telling you is that they found pyramids and stuff down there, too. There was an ancient civilization that we call Atlantis. The sheet moves less than 16 feet per year, which means the landscape below has been preserved exceptionally well. What we find is an ancient land surface that has not been eroded by the ice sheet, and instead it looks like it was created by rivers before the ice came along. Wow. And then, just a standard set of don't miss headlines for UK Daily Express, all of which are highly, highly disturbing in light of finding the Antarctic Atlantis. Like, oh yeah, homeowner stumbles across a creepy hidden room in the basement. Police cordon off a lake in a UK park after body parts were found, and a first-time buyer vows to burn their house down after they found something creepy in the bathroom. Yeah, all three of those headlines sound exactly like what we're talking about, and so UK Daily Express is helping to give everyone the red pill and say, look, this is what's really going on. Creepy hidden rooms with body parts, and you want to burn the house down when you learn what's going on. So again, how crazy this is, right? An ancient land surface that has not been eroded by ice. And what we're going to learn is that there's pyramids there and that there's actually these heat domes where the surface temperature of the ground is enough that it actually melts the ice away, and you have this area that has got oxygen, and it's dimly lit by the light coming through the ice, and you can actually walk around on this land. And maybe 16 feet a year of it, but this goes on for miles and miles. So there's going to be pyramids down there, there's going to be people working down there, and there's crashed motherships down there. So they're getting us ready for this. So this is the first step, is they say, yeah, we've actually got full-blown land down there that's remarkably well preserved. And then just a few days later, they hit us with another one, which is that there's radio signals coming out of there. So this, I think, is all the work of the Alliance getting us ready for disclosure, that there's somebody down there using radio signals to explore this land and communicate. Right after the show, the news immediately accelerates, and there was news I wanted to report on right after I got off the air. That's typical. Voicing full support for nationwide raids, telling these various agencies, you have my unwavering support, go get the job done. This blew me away. The officers are herewith ordered, I'm reading the red part, by notice of this truth to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest mass arrest in history. Whoa. I mean, dude, that's exactly what we've been telling you that this is going to turn into, right? That they're going to be arresting people, and it's happening. He's calling for it right now. It's not the same arrest that we were expecting, but it's in the same category. Two more. Neela Zerker donated, thank you very much, and JD44488. Thank you, David. You always provide great research topics. I've learned a lot. Pick up a steak on me. For $50, I certainly can get probably 3 steaks. So thank you very much. Motherships can cut the ice into sections and remove them using anti-gravity technology, says Tom LED. Kelly Martin, my screen just went black and I can't get you back. I would definitely like restart your computer and reload everything and then just back up if you have to. Hannah Hines, hi David, I usually can never catch you before the end of the day after work. I love your fashion sense, even if it's motivated by your boredom and cold temperatures. Can't wait for more tonight after work. Yes, I'm motivated by boredom. I'm just bored enough to wear the sizzle jacket because it keeps me more awake as I'm doing the show. All right, well, okay, let's do this. This really blew me away, you guys. They can do all in their power. They are ordered to do all in their power to achieve mass arrests. Whoa. I mean, it's the same thing. It's just they're going to start with this and then they're going to upgrade to other types of arrests. And then in order to achieve this, we must expand our efforts in the largest cities, LA, Chicago, New York, millions upon millions. These and other cities are the core of their power center. I mean, I can't believe he said this, dude. This is like so much truth, it's overwhelming. The core of their power center where they use these people to expand the voter base, to do other things, and to grow the state, robbing good-paying jobs and benefits from hardworking American citizens. I mean, that's so accurate, it's like crazy, because I love hearing the truth being spoken. These people are sick of mine, they hate our country, they want to destroy our inner cities, and are doing a good job. There's something wrong with them. This is why they believe in these various things, and why I want our great patriotic law enforcement officers to focus on our crime-ridden and deadly inner cities and those places where these play such a big role. I mean, wow, I can't believe he said that. It was so great. I want our officers to know real Americans are cheering you on every day. That is true. The American people want our cities, schools, and communities safe and free. That is why I've directed my entire administration to put every resource possible behind this effort and reverse this tide that has turned once idyllic towns into scenes of third world dystopia. Our federal government will continue to focus on the and prevent the admission of anyone who undermines our domestic tranquility. To all of these patriots, you have my unwavering support. Now go get the job done. So yeah, that was another, like, that middle paragraph there where he calls out that, I mean, this is what they're doing. They're trying to artificially build a voter base, and it's all done through fraud, and it's a destructive agenda. I've never seen anybody be so honest about it at that level. So this just was, like, incredibly shocking to me. Next, his latest tweet storm is full of panic. Even if only some of what he is worried about comes to pass, the conflict might end sooner than we think. So that might be how this ends. It could just be a complete military defeat. Then she said, I don't even want to read this out loud. Look at this headline, you guys. If these raids continue to occur, there will be nobody left to do these jobs. I mean, oh my God. She said it in her out loud voice. It's all coming down, folks. People can see the truth. Nobody's in support of this. A battered Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities and negotiate. Yeah. Messages passed through intermediaries seek a return to talks. And I think this is still going to happen. They have been urgently signaling that they need an end to the hostility and resumption of talks over their programs. So I think this is going to be fine. And then it says on the bottom, update, they asked Saudi, Qatar, and Oman to urge him to pressure this country into agreeing to an immediate ceasefire. So let's hope they keep on doing that now that we've had this strike at these places where nobody was. The nuclear capability is gone. Can we just move on now? Well, these types of messages bypass any propaganda. We also saw scare event posts, and again, being scared is part of the game, unfortunately, right now, where he says everybody should immediately evacuate Tehran, and they highlighted his warning in a post. So there it is. He said, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Simply stated they cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said over and over again, everyone should immediately evacuate. Well, notice that he actually used the same highlight style that I use. So thank you, Alliance, for using our highlight style. You use a rectangular shape, you make it yellow, and then you dial it down to 35% so you can see through it. That's what I'm doing. And so there it is. It's the same style that he's using right here that I use when I animate it with the lens flare, like we're seeing right here. So thank you, guys. That was a nice, really great shout out once again, because nobody else seems to be doing that style but me, as far as I've seen. So he vetoed the plan to kill the leader. That was probably a good idea. I think everybody could admit that. Then on Monday, the provocative events continue. And I have a hypothetical conversation with the bro. Dude, I still got tickets to the No Kings game. That's okay, man. Everybody's still got tickets. Wasn't exactly all that popular. We're going to get into that. Some funny memes started to go around where she's in a Burger King outfit. That made me laugh so much. And then they're saying here the mauling mob was overwhelmingly geriatric. Ooh. The U.S. is not striking them, remains in a defensive posture. Well, again, some disinformation did occur. They are not going to join Israel offensively in the military operation. So again, this was part of the disinformation because now we know these 3 sites were hit, but they want an immediate cessation. Let's hope it can all bring it to an end. I think it will. So then the very next thing that happens is the same day that we're on the air last week, we had a new crop formation, and it was the wicker pendulum. And I found out about this from somebody reposting Miss Spooky Moo. A new crop circle report has come in from the visitor center. The location hasn't been disclosed yet. The photographer remains anonymous. But oh my God. I mean, it's got the wicker shape again. And the wicker thing, as you remember, wicker symbolizes the wicker man, which is a very classic DS thing, where they march. If somebody's investigating them, they will set you up and take you out. And so the police officer investigating their little island cult ends up getting dressed up in a jester costume and marched into the Wicker Man, where he's burned alive. So this right here is a wicker pendulum. The swinging of the pendulum, right? It's like the clock is ticking, and during an eclipse or during solstices and stuff, the pendulum will slightly demarcate, which mainstream science doesn't really have an answer for that. So he remains anonymous, and there it is. Now we're looking at it up close. So, dude, that is totally the wicker basket formation, which is Michael's way of saying that the DS is going to be arrested. Their own technology is being used against them by the Alliance. They are the ones being marched in blindly to the Wicker Man. Except in this case, it's not literally dying. It's just being arrested and imprisoned. Most of them will be imprisoned. I think there's going to be a few actual capital punishments based upon the whims of the judge, but I think most people are just going to end up imprisoned. So again, we're not talking about violence, but the pendulums are clearly there. Let's look at this a little more. This is just so stunning. You got the wicker pattern. We're at almost 5,000 viewers right now. Here it is from far away. You can still see the wicker. You see the pendulums. Here it is up close. And then here's another view from the top where the wicker kind of is eliminated. You can't really see it anymore. But yeah, those look like pendulums, dude. And so that's very, very interesting because there's all this symbolic significance to it. It's the emulation of the main secret symbol in the movie you love to hate, Eyes Wide Shut. Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman, extremely terrifying because they end up in this weird satanic ceremony where it's all these elite people and they're dressed up in robes, and Tom Cruise is dumb enough to want to get in there, and then he figures out once he gets inside, this was a really bad idea. They figured out that he was an interloper. They make him take off the mask, And this is right when they're about to kill him, but then a woman offers herself in his place. And this is right at the moment that she says, I will offer myself to him. I'll offer myself for him. So Eyes Wide Shut is the ultimate movie that you need to see to explain what's really going on. It was dazzling that it even got made. Apparently, a lot of the movie was cut by the studio, and the version that Stanley Kubrick wanted you to see never got seen. But this pendulum thing that we just saw, this 8-pointed pendulum, totally relates to Eyes Wide Shut. I think it's obviously intentional. So here he is with Sidney Gottlieb. This is Tom Cruise and his wife. Notice the lights in the background, and then you'll see in this shot, oh my God, there it is, dude. It's the Babylonian star of Inanna, the 8-pointed star, which again symbolizes this evil group. This is the reception area for the evil group before Tom Cruise goes into that satanic circle that I showed you before. And they've got this weird symbol that isn't really a Christian symbol at all on the wall. So let's superimpose the crop circle over that symbol, nice and slow. Look at that. And then I'm going to take it away again so you can see, yeah, it's an 8-pointed star. They both have the same thing. There it is on the wall. So this is the Star of Inanna. It is likely a symbol of reptilian extraterrestrials. That's who I think these beings were, based on everything I've heard. And so this is the Star of Inanna. And that is the star that they used in the Eyes Wide Shut movie on the wall that you were just looking at. And here it is superimposed now with the crop circle. And I've blended them together enough that you can see, sure enough, it's the same thing. The wicker pendulum is the Star of Inanna. So this group is the group that is running out of time now, and they're not going to be able to make it anymore. So again, let's take that star behind her. We'll put the Star of Inanna over the top of it. Dude, it's totally perfect. And we'll take it away again, and you'll be like, yep, sure enough, that's what they're showing you. It's the Star of Inanna. You get a special prize if you watch the movie and you count and photograph how many times you see the 8-pointed star. Vigilant Citizen started the job. They didn't really finish it, but if you go to their site, vigilantcitizen.com, type in the name of the movie, then you'll see these 3 article hits, hidden messages. They write 3 articles about it. And it says, when entering the party, the first thing we see is this peculiar Christmas decoration. The 8-pointed star is found throughout the house. There you go. It's a secret occult symbol that ties back to the reptilians and the Babylonian sacrificial ceremonies that are the underpinning of everything that these people do. It's right there in the movie. A couple wearing Venetian masks, female jester and Bauta, slowly turn towards Bill and nod in a very creepy manner. Ziegler and his wife, perhaps. Kubrick likes to keep things mysterious. So everybody in these ceremonies wears masks like this. Then the last scene of the movie takes place at a toy store, a place full of highly symbolic items. Helena Hartford walks by a toy called Magic Circle, showing the occult elite's ways seep through popular culture are not noticed by those with their eyes wide shut. Let's take a nice close look at this. And sure enough, if you zoom in, it says Magic Circle. We can't really read the rest. But oh my God. So yeah, this is Kubrick doing his magic, letting you know that these people engage in magic circles. And then the day after the ritual, Bill finds his mask creepily sleeping next to his wife. Is this her way of saying she's aware of what's going on? Maybe she's participating. Is it a warning from the secret society? She never acknowledges it, so we'll never know. I looked at it as a warning, yeah. And so again, this peculiar Christmas decoration is the 8-pointed star found throughout the house. I watched the movie and I counted how many, I forget, but there's a number of them. So you got to watch the whole movie and look for that shape, which again is the Star of Inanna. So how interesting that we got the wicker pendulum, which again, now you know that this is totally branded into Eyes Wide Shut, man. It's amazing. And it's got the wicker basket knotted in the middle, and the pendulum is swinging for them. It's swinging away from their control. It's swinging away from this Babylonian money magic system that we've been living under. And then this, now we find out that it appeared at Kingston near Yeovil, Somerset, UK around the 15th. Right when I was doing my last show was when this showed up. And this is where she tells you, or Spirit Stem tells you, where it was located. Check out the woven floor lay. The 8-pointed sacred geometry brings to mind a compass rose and the star of Ishtar, Inanna, and Venus. Remember, Venus, the morning star, Lucifer, etc., etc. So you got a video that you can see that shows you some animation going across. And again, it's June 20th, so all this stuff starts to break out right around the solstice, which is cool. So again, they are now the Wicker Man being marched into their own trap that they can't get out of. And Michael is clearly borrowing from this symbol. The connection to the wicker basket is truly dazzling. Remember, the one that we had on June 8th at Avebury, after we talked about Avebury for 2 weeks, is this classic wicker basket formation with the sun in the middle, and the wicker basket, again, is illustrated by the circles on sticks going towards a common center. This was the main wicker basket formation of 2023, lane end down. And so again, you've got circles going towards the center, which again is stylized to look like the sun. Maybe portals of energy coming off the sun that'll transform our DNA. So we can take the old formation on the left. This is the one that showed up on August 11, 1999. It's got wicker all the way around it, as you can see right here. And then these circles going towards the center. So this started in 99, and they brought it back at lane end down in 2023. This does symbolize the Wicker Man. And the Alliance is marching them right into the mass arrest. So the metaphor totally fits. And these formations actually symbolize mass arrests. So there again is Avebury on June the 8th. And then this is prophetic of a solar event, I believe, releasing new spherical portals, just like Michael told us. You can compare it to the original wicker basket here, compare it to the one in 2023. We had the shield of Archangel Michael appear, as I said before in the last show. It totally lines up to Michael in terms of the gematria of how many of these different shapes appear in it. Hatherden Lane was the bat signal in another wicker basket formation, where again, you got circles that have lines going towards a common center. It's the same thing. And it's calling for help. The bat signal was explored by the Alliance, where they did this post on November 3rd in direct response to the fact that there's a symbol of something that looks like Batman during the sunset as you look at this crop circle. So we're going to keep exploring these connections. There is a link to the solstice of June 20th as they disrupt our pendulums. And it's definitely a ticking clock for the DS at all levels. And don't forget that equally important to the Wicker Man is that the guy's dressed up as a jester. We did a huge download again on the jester formation in the last show. We're not going to cover this one again, but this is like the countdown to potential nuclear Armageddon. There's 6 hands pressing the button of potential nuclear Armageddon. So it was warning us that this was going to happen. And so again, here's the one that we have now, the wicker basket pendulum formation. And now I'm just showing you all this stuff. These are the actual bent growth nodes that show up in a real crop circle as opposed to the standard if you don't have that happen. Fake demon clowns are not going to cut it. This was clearly done by the DS. They want to make fun of me. They want to make fun of the jester. They want to call me a clown. The art on this is terrible. We showed it to you last time. And so now what I want to do is actually pop in, because I didn't realize we were going to get yet another crop circle. So let me just pop in the latest one, and then we'll get on with the show. So this is stuff that I just saved. So I have it right here ready to go now. I'm going to do that. And we're going to do that. All right, so thank you for waiting. Now I'm going to get right back into the show because this is the one that just showed up. Again, I checked it this morning. There was nothing there, but then as I'm going live, this thing shows up. Hackpen Hill White Horse near Winterbourne, Bassett, Wiltshire, June 22nd, the day after the solstice. And it clearly, again, is the crosshairs formation. This formation was another one that was used prominently last year describing how 47 was nearly shot. He was shot in the ear, but nearly shot to death. And so the crosshairs also indicates that now it is the enemy that are in the crosshairs. So this is totally, totally sufficient for me. Kimberly Koenig says, crop circles have encrypted layers of knowledge, many layers of knowledge, intended to awaken humanity via Sam the Illusionist. I would agree with that. We got 5,037 people watching. Woo! So yes, the crosshairs is very important. It means that the DS is in the crosshairs. It's the end of the line for them. And it fits in pretty nicely with the one that we just saw before that. And so all of this is very, very thematic. No Kings was a no-show for younger people. I thought the No Kings protest would be a little more populated and thought tonight could be the beginning of some type of summer of love. So far, it seems like a dud. Mostly a bunch of old people. Their ability to mobilize foot soldiers appears to be waning. And that's good for everybody else. Once you understand what's really going on, there's nothing bad about it, man. An emergency meeting at the Pentagon tonight focusing on their request for us to intervene in their war. And apparently they did do it, but they want to keep it very limited. Multiple reports suggest that he is giving Iran a final opportunity to agree to a peace deal. Apparently they didn't take that, or maybe they did, and this was part of the condition. Who knows? And then Emmanuel Macron mistakenly said he left the summit to go back to work on a ceasefire. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way back. It certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire much bigger than that. What could be much bigger? Well, is it just the strike? I mean, yeah, strikes occurred, but something much bigger could actually be a reference to the plan. He did not leave, as we said, and he's always getting it wrong. So then he's calling expelling Russia from this group a big mistake. I think that's true. He's seeking peace. We're trying to steer everything in that direction, which is awesome. Seeking meetings with the foreign minister, easing their punishing strikes. It's all in the direction of peace. Now, this was from the inside sources from Shadow, and he says they, you can figure out who that is, are trying to convince the president to not just bomb them, but to nuke them. Well, so right away you can see that what just happened was very much more restrained than that. No nukes were involved. Yes, it was bunker busters, but now you see the high-stakes poker and how hard they were being pushed, and they didn't fall for it, guys. So thank God, right? Thank God. And then he shares a message from Mike Huckabee, and this really kind of blew me away. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters, his voice, the voice of God. I'm your appointed servant. And then but check out what he says right here. I believe, and this, remember, this was reposted by the Alliance, I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. That's the part that I think really matters here, because again, Michael Prophecies is a voice from heaven. This is way beyond a typical human being. I didn't know that I was going to have these things be prophetic when I dictated them in 1999. And so that was a very shocking and beautiful endorsement from the Alliance, so thank you. I think they're getting very close to, I mean, you can watch this show. It's not like it's banned, but it's not going to be officially acknowledged until we're much farther along with the plan. But I'm very, very happy to be a part of this, and this looks like a huge shout-out to me. 5,000 people exactly right now. And then Cash drops an interference bombshell, and this plot has been exposed. The source of the intel is a newly recruited FBI informant who claimed the whole operation was designed to benefit the existing party. Wow. And that's going to lead to it all being exposed. So yes, systematically, they're getting us ready for everything. Then that same day, we had our huge deal. It went public. Stavatti enters a strategic cooperation agreement to produce our SM-920 airliner. And he doesn't say who it's with, but it pairs us with a prominent international strategic investment partner, that's putting it mildly, focused upon long-term cross-border investment, industrial integration of energy and technology. We're going to design, prototype, flight test, FAA certify, produce and sale our SM-920 commercial airliner. We will have production centers in the U.S. and worldwide, so we're doing it all the way 47 wants. It's all based on the laws that he created. It will set a new standard for comfort, performance, eloquence, and style up to 204 passengers at nearly supersonic speed. Unmatched economy, low environmental impact. And you can read all this if you want to. Maximum speed of Mach 0.95, range of over 4,100 nautical miles, lower operating costs than other big airliners. We project the delivery of over 10,000 airliners in the first 20 production years, beginning as early as 2031. That's a lot of airliners, dude. So it's very exciting. Anyway, Wednesday, and I didn't learn about this until yesterday, but I had to put it in the timeline, we got an incredible new update on the pyramid tunnels, and this alone is just so wonderful. It's worthy of the sizzle jacket in and of itself. You've never seen so much sizzle as this before. And look at what we found out, you guys. Full technical presentation on Giza Plateau's massive underground structures. Jay Anderson, Project Unity. I was invited by the Khafre Pyramid Project to a conference in Malta. Here's the full presentation by the main guy, Professor Filippo Biondi, on how they came to their conclusion of underground megastructures. I haven't had a chance to watch this yet. But check this out. Now what we're seeing is the three pyramids. You've got Khufu, you've got Menkaure, and then the one, Cheops, Khufu, Menkaure. I forget what they all call them. But anyway, the three big pyramids. Can't believe I forgot all the names, but whatever. You know, those names mean very little. Those are not the people who bought them or who built them. So yes, it looks as if Menkaure, the little pyramid, has one set of tunnels underneath it. I mean, look at this. These are the tunnels we were showing you. Each one of the pyramids has them now. So Menkaure has one cube on the bottom. And we'll get more into this. This perspective distortion, the cubes actually are cubes. So when you're looking at this, they don't look cubical. They look like they're rectangles. That's a distortion that I want to show you right now. Because when you look at it from the side, and then you're seeing it from that angle, you can definitely see that those same chambers are cubical rooms. How about some guitar? No. God, everybody wants me to play guitar. I'm not going to play guitar, you guys. That's not what this is. Someday maybe, but not today. The result of a tilted surface and lens distortion. So even though it looks bent out and stretched, this is what they really look like from another angle. So they are cubes down there. So now that we know that they're only cubes, which is sacred geometry, let's look at this again. So dude, this is so exciting because the Menkaure pyramid has 4 tunnels under it to 1 cube. The pyramid in the middle, the second big one, has 2 cubes under it with 8 tunnels. And then the Great Pyramid has 2 more tunnels under it. Apparently there is no cubical room under the Great Pyramid. But then you see that there is something off to the right. There's a white room and there's a green room with tunnels going down. I mean, dude, do you think maybe, just maybe, that somebody left some crap in these rooms? Or do you think they're just empty and there's just not going to be anything in there? Dude, this is exactly what Edgar Cayce was talking about with the Hall of Records. And then we got to find out where the Sphinx is. So let's look at these tunnels and notice that there's 2 more sets of tunnels after the pyramids. Where is the Sphinx in relation to the pyramids? I had to go to Google Earth. Those are your 3 pyramids. You can see them on the left in the middle. The top one is the big one, then the middle one is smaller, and then Menkaure is the tiny one. Over on the right, where you see that red check mark, it says Great Sphinx of Giza. So that's where it is. And now when we look at this image again, we can see that at least one of these sets of tunnels is underneath the Sphinx. I don't know if it's tag 29 yet, or if it's the yellow, the green and the white room. But those are both in the approximate region of where we would expect the Sphinx to be. I love you, Archangel Michael, says Renee R. So, dude, this is yet another chamber beneath the Sphinx. We're seeing additional tunnels with yet identified surface features. So there's something else besides the Sphinx that you could break through, that you could go down into. So maybe they'll let us do that first, you know? I cannot wait until we access these hidden chambers. So, like, dude, that alone, just whoa. I mean, what we're seeing is so far beyond the level of slave labor to have done. This whole idea that the slaves built the pyramids and they rolled them around on logs. No way. That's just not even possible. Then we're seeing that there might have been a deliberate heat wave to try to throw off arrests. That was also the same day that the Antarctic radio signals went viral. We'll see the deliberate heat wave in a minute. They're trying to, I Googled it up and it says they're trying to solve a decade-long mystery to determine the identity of anomalous radio signals detected from below the Antarctic ice. Strange radio waves, that would be your classified military bases, emerged during a search for another unusual phenomenon, high-energy cosmic particles of neutrinos. So here it is, science alert, strange radio signals detected emanating deep under the Antarctic. Here's the link. Nearly 2 decades ago, an experiment floating high above Antarctica caught a weird signal. Designed to capture radio spurts of cosmic waves, the Inana recorded a short pulse of radio waves from below, from actually the continent. An event that looked like an upside-down shower of cosmic rays, not bouncing off the surface, emanating from underneath the ice. And just a couple days ago, they told us that there's all this habitable land down there. This balloon-borne suite of instruments recorded a similar event in 2014. Scientists have been scratching their heads ever since. No explanation quite fits. Right, because it's actually built by humans, suggesting the culprit could be a particle unknown. Oh, come on. Particle unknown to science. Give me a break. Sorry. Don't mean to insult the writer, but that's not what it is. The radio waves we detected were at really steep angles, 30 degrees below the surface of the ice, explains astrophysicist Stephanie Wissel. It's an interesting problem because we still don't actually have an explanation for what those anomalies are. We do know that they're most likely not neutrinos. We already know from the testimony of Mike Herrera that there's a massive facilities down there and that would be their use of HAARP. That when they fire off the HAARP, they're going to get these anomalous radio waves. And this satellite happened to detect it one of the times they did it. And the reason they're doing this right now is to crank up the heat and the humidity to distract us. So yes, if you live on the eastern side of the United States, all that purple stuff, I mean, like, it's going to start this coming week. So if you live over there, yeah, if you don't already know about this, just turn on the air conditioning, stay inside, dude, because this is going to be really freaking bad for several days next week. Starting tomorrow, I think. So all that purple stuff is like maximum heat and humidity. Thankfully, I'm almost completely free of it over here. We've hardly had any heat. Yesterday was the hottest day, but it only went up to 80 degrees. I had a hard time sleeping last night, but I'm good. Why some LA business owners want to leave because of rioting, but they can't. This is just another piece of news that I think is important to share. Another one that showed up, they're quickly running out of interceptors. The enemy proved to be a stronger foe than expected. Their system is already overwhelmed. So they couldn't keep doing this for 2 more weeks. And again, that seems to have been a bluff. Then we had Tucker apologize. That could have been the next round of WrestleMania. He's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day. He thought he said things that were a little too strong, and I appreciated that. Apparently, the drinking restrictions have been lessened, and this meme started going around. Oh, my God. You know, it's not flattering to drink off of a bottle like that, but what the hell? Some people, that's what they want to do. It made me laugh so much. 2-week time frame started to come out on Thursday. Anna Luna says, why have we never subpoenaed him before? Why am I the first one to bring this up? This should have been done a long time ago. Well, because we weren't free before. And then right down there, he's going to decide on attacking Iran within the next 2 weeks. Well, it obviously happened a lot faster than that. That was part of the disinformation. Dozens of U.S. military aircraft no longer on the tarmac at a major base in Qatar. That was one of the scary things that was going on, and we see where it went now. Then on Friday, that's the day of the summer solstice, and Michael highlighted equinoxes in the past as a code, so equinox may have been the encrypted code for solstice. Summer solstice was Friday, June 20th. And on that very same day is when they did the strikes. So the strikes happened right on the solstice. Isn't that interesting? The strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities. We have the warmest day of the year, as I build this on the 21st. Our high was 80 degrees, as I just said. And then this is General Flynn saying the leader of the ongoing revolution in America, Thank you, President, for keeping the flame of freedom alive. Holy crap, he just posted this on Truth. This is absolutely the one to blame. And then when you zoom in on it, what does it say? We know who is responsible for their program. And look at him surrounded by all that money. Something like $400 million that he sent to them in cash on pallets. And I don't know if this is a real picture or AI or what, but it gets the point across. So yes, the whole reason why this was a problem and why it started in the first place was because of said individual who financed it and gave them the technology. And so they probably just want it gone, like, yeah, let's just end this aggression however we can. We're at 5,200 now. Oh my gosh, you guys are telling me it's already, the heat wave's already started. So in Columbus, Ohio, Kristen Klein has 102 degrees. Deborah Ouellette says, I live in Ohio. We're going through a major heat wave right now. 80 degrees in Yuma is a snow day, says Kepasa, USA. 60 degrees on the west coast of Canada. Love you, David. Woohoo! All right. Anyway, we got a great audience, 5,200. It keeps on going up. That makes me feel very validated. Thank you guys for being here. I don't want to waste your time. If the show lasts 5 hours or whatever, I do really apologize for that. A couple people were complaining, but like, there's so much news going on right now. If I didn't show you all this, then you're not getting an authentic picture. We got tunnels appearing under the pyramids. We've got weird chambers down there that maybe one of them we can just drill through a hole in the desert. Nobody's going to care. We can go down there. We've got Antarctica has land underneath it, and now there's weird radio signals coming out of it. This is the Alliance getting us ready for a big, big disclosure. And now we're seeing the real source of the money for this nuclear program. So yes, that problem had to be solved. That's why he showed you this. So he calls the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate what occurred before. Dude, that's going to break the whole thing open, and we already know. You can read all this. The evidence is massive and overwhelming. A special prosecutor must be appointed. This cannot be allowed to happen again. Let the work begin. That sets up big reveals. Saturday the 21st, events continue unrolling. He says all of it is ours. That means that they might just lose militarily. The alleged assassin said the governor himself ordered the hit on the Senator Amy. Oh my God. That's actually a headline now. He alleged he'd been trained by the U.S. military off the books, and that this individual, who remember was running for vice president, asked him to do this job and others. I mean, do you think maybe this is going to break wide open? Do you think maybe this is going to lead to something big? Yes, I do. So you got to pay attention to all the headlines, not just the distracting ones, okay? Force posturing, 6 B-2 stealth bombers en route to Indo-Pacific ahead of the Intel meeting. So they're still ready to do more if these guys don't want to settle. And then Israeli officials told the administration they have no intention of waiting 2 weeks. So we already knew that, right? And the 2 weeks was just a ruse. He informed European allies that he wants to handle the Iran crisis through diplomacy rather than force. That held up for like, what, 3 hours? It's another piece of war disinformation. So again, feel free to panic at your leisure, but that's where Michael comes in. And right after I read that, when I wrote it, I heard a loud and funny click in the room. So then he confirmed that the U.S. successfully carried out strikes against 3 sites in Iran right after the solstice, the day after, and he was scheduled to deliver a national address tonight. And he said they are now far safer as a result of these attacks. And that's probably true. And then he, at the bottom it says, this is what they did. We have completed our very successful attack on these 3 sites, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside the airspace. A full payload was dropped. They're safely on their way home. Congratulations, there's not another military in the world that could have done this. I think that's very important. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention. Then his truth went down. He got hacked right after he said that, which is weird. And then they had evacuated the 3 sites some time ago. So lo and behold, it's a game of toy soldiers. Nobody was actually hurt. Michael was right. Again, like, wow, isn't that crazy? Russia's Dmitry says multiple countries are now willing to directly supply them. Well, that's not going to happen. Again, Michael told us they will end their own lives before they let it turn into nuclear war. Iranian parliament just issued an order to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. That's very upsetting, because if that happens, the price of oil is going to go through the roof, and then that means that everything is going to get hyperinflated, and it's going to have massive deleterious economic effects. So we don't want the Strait of Hormuz closed. Again, let's hope this resolves quickly, but there are slides for this stuff for next week too, so I think we're still going to be in it for at least another week. Just letting you know. I'm not trying to make you sad or anything, but... And he can't confirm that the nuclear program was eliminated, but insists it has been severely damaged. Now, I guess he has said that it seems to have been eliminated. Guess what? That means they don't need to do anything else. That means everybody can go home. Let's just calm down. Let's have peace again. And then Tom warns that sleeper cells inside the U.S. may be poised to carry out attacks. So that's what they're going to blame it on. But it's really their own soldiers, and that's going to be stopped by the Alliance. All of what we're seeing now was dazzlingly predicted in our 1999 time loop, as I read last week. So let's get right into it again. So this was a quote that I read from you at the beginning. I'm just going to give you one thing. Even though to your people right now it seems to be a gigantic drama, replete with ever-shifting circumstances of something so much larger to yourself, to us it is but another game of toy soldiers, being played by those powers who are compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being. Nothing more, nothing less. And again, the game of toy soldiers, isn't it interesting how that applies, given that nobody was actually hurt? Nobody was actually there when they did this, and the whole thing was built by B.O. in the first place, and we just saw the pallets of money that he used to do it, if that picture was real. So we had two more donations. Marty Stevens, thank you, David. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Marty, Terry, and the Stefanos family, Truth and Freedom Fighters, Truth and Freedom Family Wellness, Missouri and beyond. Hopefully, donated 50 pounds. Thank you for all you do, David. Much love and appreciation from Matt. Thank you, guys, and we're now at 5,212 concurrent viewers. We are kicking butt, coming up on the 2-hour mark, and I'm going to dig into some new stuff before we take a break. There was a prophetic dream that we read in the last show about major success, graduation, ascension, suggesting this is not going to last very long. We popped champagne corks at the end of the dream. You can go back to the last show for reference. This was also, during the champagne thing, the end of all the new data that I had transcribed in 2024, and now we're back to my transcript being in 1999, in April of 1999. I transcribed it and then put it on my website. As I said earlier, for the next 9 days, there were many long dreams. A lot of it was personal, so I didn't include all of them because it was talking about girlfriends and it was talking about where was I going to live since I got kicked off of the farm. I was sad about getting kicked out of the farm. No large reading appears again until April 21st, and boy, is it a humdinger. The next dream that we have is on the 12th. Personal and less responsive details have been omitted so that we can move quickly. I had a map of the bottom right-hand side of Australia, and we were just talking about Antarctica. Australia and Antarctica are very close. There were some small islands there. I guess I was calling it the South Pacific. I don't know if there are islands out there. I showed it to my friend, and he said we were going to go there. I said once my book's sold, we could travel to the South Pacific. So I think this, again, there's a very, very consistent theme of me working with the Alliance in Florida in the future, that I'm going to live there. This is in the vicinity of the same idea, tropical thing that I go to live at. And then in transcription, which was in April of 99 now, one of the islands referenced in my dream was Mururoa Island, which was allegedly tested by the French for nuclear warfare. This lends another interesting angle to the story. Well, there you go. This is prophetic of the nuclear fear that we're all living through as I unseal this. These were islands that nukes were tested on. He thought it was a cool idea. A woman came by and said, going to the South Pacific, huh? I don't remember consciously talking to her about it, but subconsciously she must have figured it out. I was aware as I showed the people this area of the South Pacific, it was on a grid circle, on the global grid. We talked about that before. This would give it more energy in the spiritual sense for my work. So Florida is immediately west of one of the main grid nodes, the Bermuda Triangle. So the next dream was on the 12th. I was part of a class, the teacher and co-producer as well. And this is an Ascension dream. I was teaching people how to do psychokinesis, but it was working. Not only could we move objects with our minds, and the classroom was doing it, we could manifest and demanifest objects. I used a slinky as a visual aid over and over again. And there was something with the slinky within a slinky, and it was much smaller than it was wide. We had these big ones that were 8 or 9 inches in diameter, and using them as visual aids, I told people that they form geometric objects, but you have to realize that they are much, much smaller. Well, this is a beautiful discussion of the spiraling line of light, this idea that the geometry is made of a spiraling line of light, and it actually would look like slinkies. So like this is an example of sacred geometry like we're talking about. And I was slouching in my chair to try not to sweat so much in the chair. Anyway, this is the star tetrahedron, the Merkaba shape. And so ultimately these are formed of spheres within spheres, close packed spheres, and you can model the whole thing with the coils of light, just like Michael says in the dream. So very cool, because we've been very much geeking out on this, and there it is in my dream. The idea of the spiraling line of light. I was holding them in the center, folding them into a circle to show people how they work. The high point was when we wrote people's names on red stickers and then teleported the sticker through time and space to appear on their forehead. They were having a biology class and dissecting frogs. So the frog reference may be indicative of the Alliance and Pepe. And again, the mark, this is not the mark of the beast, this is actually the mark of the elect, teleporting it onto your forehead. So there's all kinds of biblical symbolism here. Offering people a higher form of learning, putting their name on their third eye, positive affirmation of me doing workshops, which I just started to do at this point in 1999. There was a woman who looked very much like Ellie back when I was a kid that was one of my mother's friends. She was urging me to fill out these forms and send them in the mail, telling me how easy it was. And I do still need to fill out an NDA for one of our military contracts that we might get with the Navy. I haven't even done that now, so that's a good reminder. At the end, there was an old man there. There were tiny, colorful plastic balls lying on the ground. I hold out one hand, and I got all the balls to levitate into the corner. The man was amazed. He didn't quite make the connection that I was the one doing it. So this is partly talking about microcluster physics. We mentioned that before. And again, it's an Ascension prophecy showing soon many of us will have these abilities after the arrests. I was showing people the idea of consciousness units, the geometry, taking a small slinky and putting it into a bigger slinky. Then I expanded them both into different spherical shapes. It was a pretty fun dream, I have to admit. Then the 13th, it continues. The earlier part of the dream, I was really blown away. I saw a copy of my new book. At the time, I thought I was going to get a publishing deal. It ended up not happening. It came through very early, almost immediately. It was one of those square, flat kinds, like a children's book. I started going through it page by page and noted that somebody had done an amazing job on the artwork and the graphic design. Each page was bursting with color and pictures. I remember being totally blown away by it. It used many different fonts, and it was incredible. I was thinking how it might be possible to design something like this book on a computer. So much creative energy and process went into it. I was amazed the publisher produced it so quickly. This is talking about the readings that we're doing now in part, and Stavatti's line cards that we were handing out at the Air Dominance Summit, and the deals that we have coming in. So it has two meanings, finishing the Stavatti deal and finishing the Michael Prophecies, because now in some form all this has been released. At the very end, I was trying to find a bathroom, and there was something about Bill Clinton. Remember, he's a great saxophone player, playing music and dancing on stage, and he was the life of the party, playing, in this case, a little keyboard. This is, again, prophetic of the arrests, and perhaps he's going to surprise us by being deeply honest about what he went through when he was president. So that's a very interesting prophecy, isn't it? He's not portrayed negatively. He was actually the life of the party. How weird. So file that in your memory. Then on the 14th, same day, we had something that looked like a nuclear warhead. It was like a squid. And then this comes in. 2 days ago, I wrote a letter to a very persistent fan on my computer. I was getting argumentative and preaching about the ills of television. I was about to say that ascension would not be possible until we stop watching television. Isn't that interesting? Suddenly, the whole power of the house surged. The computer and everything else just went off, and I found out later that it was a raccoon that had chewed through my power line. We had a raccoon infestation. Again, the main point is, if you're watching TV, you're not going to be able to ascend because you're falling into that propaganda and you're not seeing this for what it really is. So this dimming of the lights right after I wrote that was pretty wild. It was so well timed, it seemed like it was either psychokinesis or the manipulation of the raccoon that was nearby to make that happen. That's what it was. It was obviously something real. So yes, in this case, Archangel Michael can work with animals as well as people. So the raccoon was telepathically manipulated to bite through the power line right at the moment that I said ascension will not be possible until you stop watching TV. And then symbolic of the mass blackout, the 10 days of darkness, the power went out exactly as I wrote that. That was very interesting. We had a dream of betrayal on the 15th. It's personal and doesn't have any relevance to what we're talking about. On the 16th, I had no dictation because I was so stressed out being kicked out. I had to find a place to live very soon. Then I still managed to get a dream and a reading on the 17th, so you can hear new stuff from Michael. 9:30 a.m. Financially speaking, it looks like I will have enough money to rent a place for a little over $500 a month. I'm checking out places this morning to see how I feel. Today is Saturday. The time is 9:30 a.m. And then he's talking about my future girlfriend, Sabrina. Yes, she was nice. She had that kind of look to her at first. We ended up not getting along. So that was Michael. And there were so many warnings that he was giving me that I didn't pay attention to. I would never do that now. I just realized the tape machine has been on pause for the whole day. That is not good. The phone just rang. I didn't answer it. I knew I would lose the dream. I was so tired. Whatever reason, I didn't have the energy to start dictating. And Michael says, incredible impact. And this seems to be prophetic of the impact that this work is going to have. It is incredible. So here it comes. This is a really interesting dream. I was in some sort of underworld made out of tunnels that was subterranean. Well, this is exactly what's a big part of the DS thing, that they have these subterranean tunnels and they do very evil stuff there because no matter how noisy it gets, nobody can ever catch you, nobody can ever hear it. You control all the entrance points. And so, people are so attuned to the sound of screaming that they like to do this stuff underground because it's much safer than any place above ground. So that's what we're already starting to hit here in this dream. It's another reference to the DS. My former housemate Jack was involved pretty heavily with that. My brother also figured in at some point. It was like a party somewhat, but in a very strange circumstance. So again, this is like Eyes Wide Shut, prophetic of their abuse practices in these underground facilities. A black guy was grabbing something and he had hands that were extremely grotesque. Seemed like it was just 6 fingers at first, but when I looked even more, each finger was almost as wide as 2 fingers. And then he was grabbing something with these hands. The hand looked like it was made out of many units. And it was pretty horrible to look at. So yeah, this is talking about the rapper and this is talking about the trial and how horrific it is when you see it for what it is and how sick and crazy this guy was. So there you go. It's a very, very weird dream because of the way his hands look. And there's probably I don't even want to know what kind of inappropriate jokes you guys have got over here. But Sabrina, says Craig William. Absolute unit hand. Hannah and her 5, and there's lots of places to go. Hannah and her 5 sisters. TV is not needed, too much drama, only funny stuff. This keeps your energy high. So yeah, the dream is definitely talking about this lawsuit that's going on and the shock that people are going to have, realizing how perverted he was. It's amazing, right? And the idea of underground tunnels coming out. Yikes. Yes, indeed. All right, so then he says, I want to incubate a question on whether it's a good move for me to take this duplex. And this is a place I ended up moving. Michael says, take over the corporate myopic blindness to install a new security system that will prevent you from being crowded in. We do think that this property would be to your liking. So Michael and the Alliance are eliminating our planetary blindness with a new security system, meaning no more DS. That's what the real inside meaning of that. And he was telling me to take this rental. Thus, when you have a good lead, don't waste it. We think you will be happy there. It is also well within your budgetary constraints. An outstanding promotion awaits you now, and we are very glad for it. This is prophetic of our own success as well as the Alliance fulfilling the plan. And I did end up moving into this duplex. The very next day, we have dreams and readings again that are prophetic. I met up with my childhood friends, Dave and Eric. We were catching up after a long absence. I was going back to, this one is in the book, by the way, and I probably did a better job breaking the dream down now than I did in the book. This is in book 4 of the Michael Prophecies. I was going back to a college area to help everyone tackle a very severe evil. And these people were extremely excited to see me. Well, this is talking about what I'm doing with the show and the DS. I was walking with the professor for a while. He was quite friendly, and we walked a long distance. This is prophetic of how we're all going to learn the truth about this severe evil. There were women at the door you had to go through before they would let you inside. I was not in college anymore. I'd already graduated. So I didn't give them any fake sales pitch to try to get through. I just said I didn't need to go back in there. David and Eric were both very excited about seeing the end of this evil story that everybody at this college was living through, and they knew that I could help stop it. There was a dangerous demon in an elevator shaft. This is the core point. How relevant to all the stuff we're now talking about? Demons is something I'm talking about all the time now. I never talked about it back then. This creature was supposedly jumping into the elevator and would attack people riding the elevator inside. This is talking about humanity as a whole, that we're under this demonic influence, and it really sucks. In the elevator is the only time you could catch the demon and kill it. The demon turned out to be a roll of toilet paper, and we all laughed when we realized what it really was. This is prophetic of their imminent capture and mass arrest. They are the demon who manipulated us through COVIDs and all that lockdown stuff. And remember, you had to hoard toilet paper. Oh, toilet paper. Yeah, so that's very, very interesting because toilet paper was the main thing that they got everybody to hoard. And you didn't even really need it. It turns out that, you know, most people ended up with far more than enough. And nobody really had a shortage, but toilet paper was part of their system of control. And here we have a toilet paper roll demon. It's amazing, amazingly prophetic. This came in the morning after I'd resolved the situation in the barn where there was no toilet paper in the bathroom. I stole some from the downstairs, which nobody was using. We have a composting toilet. And then Michael comes in and gives us a reading. I should say reading. It says dream. Sorry about that. Models begin at age 19. Well, that's talking about the people the DS is using, isn't it? When we recognize the propensity for our existence to be scattered throughout the spectrum, we need to be involved enough to gather it towards one specific point, as it were. So this is talking about how they use underage models and are constantly distracting us with lies that scatter us throughout the spectrum. And of course, LGBT, the rainbow spectrum, would be part of this. The arrests are going to gather all of this towards one specific point so the public will understand. So this is encrypted, but absolutely relevant. It looked like toilet paper. It was actually an evil demonic presence that was trapped in the elevator shafts. There were 2 times we got off and I didn't jump into the elevator quick enough to grab the demon. After the second time I couldn't grab the demon, I just turned off the whole thing like it was a television. This is yet another prophecy of how the mainstream media is driving all of this fear that we are experiencing. In other words, I just had that weird thing a couple days before where I said Ascension will not be possible until we stop watching television. And exactly at the moment that I wrote that, all the power goes off in my apartment. Turns out it was from a raccoon. When I wanted to turn off the demon, I turned off the power. So again, they're making the very strong analogy here, Michael is, that the toilet paper demon is being caused by the DS using the television to manipulate us. And you can just turn it off. Turn off the propaganda, turn off the fear. Do not buy into. I mean, just bask in this sizzle jacket and in the confidence that it projects, dude. Don't fall for this nonsense. They just want you to be afraid. That's what Michael is saying. This is very relevant to the present. There was actually a physical switch on the wall. I turned it back on, and then the demon came back. I saw a human hand push the roll of toilet paper through the bottom of the elevator, and that's when I knew that there was a human being covertly doing all of this. This is prophetic of how the demonic requires our participation in order to be effective. After I exposed the source of the evil, the dream suddenly had a dramatic shift. I was back in the house I grew up in, crawling on all fours again like a baby. This is the rebirth, the ascended light body. And there were all these Christmas gifts, the gift of the Christ, the birth of the Christ, getting ready to be opened everywhere. This is the Ascension prophecy, and how we will be born again after we expose this toilet paper demon. And you just need to, again, turn off the television. It all goes away. It felt like such a joy for me to be able to crawl at the end. It was like I had become a baby again. My cat Mandy was alive. My mom and dad were there together. They were actually getting along, which that's pretty crazy. I was surprised at how many presents I still hadn't opened. They were all over the place. This was prophetic of the imminent success of our company, the gifts that we're about to open, and the alliance. We're going to get a Christmas and a birthday for all of humanity. So then we had a dream at 4:40 a.m., and if you want to read that one, it's in Michael Book 4, where I was Luke Skywalker, and it's very prophetic of the Columbine school shootings. It happened like 2 days later, because this is the 18th. Sorry about that. I'm just going back to look. So yeah, it was the same night of the 18th, and then at 4:40 a.m., I'm not including it because it's really complex and long, but it's a brilliant prophecy of Columbine that happened 2 days later. And as Luke Skywalker, I had the dazzling telekinetic ascended abilities again. So again, it's not really central enough to be in the show. So we're going to skip ahead now past that dream to another one from the same night. Had 3 dreams in one night. This was 8:48 a.m. There was definitely a huge festive party atmosphere. Again, this is the celebration after the arrests. Everyone was very excited. There was an area that was near a body of water, supposed to be Florida, oceanfront community. There it is again. Every week we got this prophecy that I'm going to be in Florida. My mother and her abusive ex, who we will call Tony, were together. This is another reference to Mar-a-Lago, Florida, and both of them actually did live there together in that area of Loxahatchee swamp. Tony was being his usual self. He was unpleasant to be around. He was abusive, that type of thing. There was a black guy there who wasn't David from the farm, but he was a Rastafarian with dreadlocks. He was asking me if I was aware of the negative force in the universe that existed. And I mentioned reptilians from the constellation Orion and how they were up to no good. For some reason, he started to really freak out when I told him about this, and he started telling everyone else as well. So this is, again, directly speaking about the demonic force that's behind the DS. It's controlling these people in these cults. My truth disclosure caused Tony and my mom to both start getting weird about me because they were always skeptical about this. This somehow put us in a situation where my mom wanted to see a lawyer. Well, this is like the arrests and the trials. Lawyers process trials. I don't remember why we were going to see the lawyer, but my mom felt it was important. I ended up going with her, and I was sitting in the lawyer's office. He started asking me questions about the work I was doing. I revealed I was an author, and I was about to get very popular in the public eye. Well, that's very likely prophetic of what will happen after the arrests. People in the office started asking me questions. Wait for it, here it comes. Then I saw Dr. Len H., and he was going to be on TV discussing this particular issue being synthetically engineered for the population. And as soon as I saw and unsealed this for the first time back on June 10th of 2023, because remember, now we're into the stuff that I was unsealing into Michael Prophecies, there was a loud boom of thunder right as I saw this. So wait a minute. You got reptilians. You got the reptilians being exposed. The Rastafarian is going around telling everybody. He's freaking out about it. Then we say we got to get a lawyer. And then right after that is Dr. Len revealing something that we're obviously going to hear about in the disclosure. And it's not just this one virus, it's others as well. So holy crap, this is a huge prophecy of our coming global truth. Thank you, Michael. Next thing I know, I was actually on Roseanne Barr's show as her featured guest. She was asking me questions about my work, and that's very fascinating because she's actually doing that now. She does have a show. There was a huge partying atmosphere surrounding the beach area. The party continued to surround me as I was on TV. And this is prophetic that we're going to have a global party once they actually get the job done. And again, Roseanne does now have her own truth show with guests. Once again, on the 19th, we have personal dreams that are prophetic of going to Florida. I was walking down a stairwell with my father to see a movie. I was now very famous, moving into a house in Florida. There it is again. And then at the very end, we have a sculpture of a man swinging an axe by the ocean front. It's all going to make sense as we go on. So my father, brother, and I were all going to see a movie together. We were going to get tickets to do this. We were all moving together to go see some sort of live movie, or maybe it was in the theater. The place had a very expansive open aspect that reminded me sort of a mall. It was somehow different. Again, enjoy the show. This is Prophetic of Mar-a-Lago. And it does say that it was in Florida at some point. We were going to go look at this theater. Dad bought tickets. Then we walked down a big, beautiful stairwell together. There's the stairwell again. Dad accidentally goofed and dropped all of our tickets. They were all dated today's date, April 19th, 1999. We did find them finally and pick them up. That would make sense because 4/19/99 is today. So right now, people are worried that they're going to lose their ticket or that their ticket is up. People live in fear of it being their last day. And if you flip the date upside down, then it becomes 66614. Do you see that? 1999, turn those nines upside down, they become sixes. And 4 and 1, we'll just turn those upside down and make them again 14. So how interesting is this, dude? Because, again, this is reflective of the infamous 14 fish photograph, where this creepy individual's got 14 on his right hand and a fish on his left hand. It's clearly something very evil. It's the 14 pieces of Osiris's body, and they're very into that in their religion. So that picture has been studied as much as the Zapruder film. So again, the code was 666, which is obviously evil. 14, very much associated with evil now as well. And all of our tickets were dated 66614. So this is prophetic of evil rising and trying to destroy our planet, desperately trying to create World War III. The tickets had fallen down a staircase. We were afraid that we were not going to be able to get in because we had lost them. We did end up finding these tickets. So this is good. This means the war is not going to ruin our lives. We're going to be okay. We're going to have our ticket. We're going to be fine. Very strange things started to happen when we got further inside. It didn't end up turning out to be a movie at all. It was some sort of circus. Well, many TDS sufferers compare the president to a clown. The arrests are much like a circus. And again, the circus was just iterated by this fake crop circle they drew. How weird, huh? All these prophetic time loops. Once we got inside the circus, there were different female romantic interests I had in a relatively short period of time. Definitely one woman seemed to be the more major of the two big ones. There was a few others, but two major ones. She was the most interesting to me for a variety of reasons. She was black, and I haven't met her in person. She was just gorgeous. Now, this may be a metaphor, because again, black people represent ETs in a lot of cases in your dreams. If you're white, a black person's going to represent an angelic being. But it also, in this case, I think just represents the public. She was walking a tight wire. It looked almost nothing more than a very thin wire, like a razor wire, but she did have shoes on. I use that expression of walking on this type of stuff, and there she was doing it. Obviously, I use this expression to indicate something completely horrible I would have to go through. Everyone is having to walk the tightrope right now, and we are on the razor's edge. She did learn how to do it safely with the right kind of shoes. And so another reason why this black woman might have showed up, I've told you before that I'm probably 1/8 black. You can laugh if you want to, but my grandmother did tell me in a dream that she was half black. So here it is. You can see by looking at her indications like, you know, her hair is thick and curly. She has a broader nose. And there are definitely indications here that she might have been half black. So this is a picture from her on the beach. That's how she looked to me in the dream, where she said that she was half black and she was sorry that she suppressed this. This was her wedding photo, where, as I said, she has a face that looks surprisingly like Lena Horne. You can see it there, and you can also see it in her graduation photo as well. But again, the darkest skin color that we find is from this picture on the beach. So just so you guys, I mean, look, we can't prove it yet, but she came to me in the dream and she cried and said she was half black and she'd hidden it her whole life. She didn't want to tell people. She didn't tell us, and she was really sorry and said that it was an important part of who I am and that I should embrace it. So what do you guys think now that I've shown you pictures of my grandmother? Morocco says she is beautiful. She's wearing a necklace. She definitely could be mulatto, says Timbo. Yeah, I mean, you look at the picture, it's pretty undeniable. Whoops. Let's go back one frame here. It's pretty freaking undeniable. Yes, she does look like she could be half black. You guys are saying that. Wow, look at your jacket. She's beautiful, somebody says. Very interesting. Yeah, so I mean, she's a beautiful woman. She is beautiful. So this is why I believe that I do have some of that DNA, and I think it's part of what makes me special. You look like her. Interesting. I hadn't even really thought about that. Okay. She's lovely. She's beautiful. Luke, I'm your father, and I'm also black, says Paul Cannon. BV50, David, do you think the B2 is reverse engineered from an alien craft? Partly, yes. The triangle shape. David, is your guitar a Fender Strat or Telecaster? This one behind me is a Strat. She looks very kind. She has your features. She looks better than Meghan Markle. She's beautiful. We don't care, regardless of her heritage. Da, da, da. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a thing of pride for me. I'm proud of being partly black, if I am, and I think that you guys all agree. I mean, you look at her hair, you look at her skin color, you look at her facial features, look at her nose. There's lots of indications this is what's going on. That's why you have soul, says Sharon Lewis. Imagine having to hide that. Crazy, says Barefoot Soul. You're right. Ricard says, your grandmother's beautiful. There definitely could be some black, and you resemble her. She's a black magic woman. Yeah, I mean, she has your smile. Thank you guys. You guys are really being great. Happy Juneteenth. She's pretty, and that's why you sizzle, David. My daughters are biracial. She's definitely black, but passing as white. Yes, that's what she did. She passed as white. She was able to get away with doing that, and she would meticulously avoid the sun, so her skin would never be this dark. Luke Detweiler says, you're going to Florida because of its proximity to the location of the fallen Atlantis, the crystals power the Bermuda Triangle. Well, no, the DNA tests don't work. She is gorgeous. Time to collect your reparation money. Oh, my God. I'm not trying to get any reparation money, guys, but thank you. Anyway, there it is. Again, my grandmother, so we'll zip through all these once more. She definitely looks like she could be mulatto. Her arms are dark. Her face is dark. And then in the wedding photo, again, her facial features resemble that of Lena Horne. She was able to pass as white, but yeah, she very well could be mulatto. And the broad nose is one sign, and the skin color, of course, is an even bigger sign. So there you go. I showed you the proof. She told me in a dream it was true. She hid it her whole life. She was very sorry. She cried. But there you have it. There's my grandmother, and I've got extra sizzle. There's even more sizzle. I can deliver some blackness for you guys. I have it in my genetic makeup. Part of the wire that this black woman was on was mounted on a diagonal slant. It had moved its way down to where it was attached in the next section. She built it up to be thicker in that area, so the wire was fatter. We all now feel like we're going downhill on a roller coaster that is our entire world. So she could walk down this tightrope. It looked like it was wrapped rather strangely. A thin wire was wrapped around it that could be unwrapped. The main was a lot thicker. This is like a guitar string. I ended up asking her why she had to make the wire so thick. She said the glint coming off the wire was too bright. It would blind her and cause her to fall if she wasn't careful. These stressful events can make people lose their balance and fall off in life. Everything we're going through right now, the glare of the fear can make you fall off the wire. We're all walking a tightrope. I somehow got a mental image of a big gleam of light on top of the wires that would blind her. As I talked to her, there was a little bit of rapport. I was joking with her. Again, this is not my grandmother. This is a woman I was romantically interested in. She was very beautiful. Everyone looked up to her and treated her like she was gorgeous and unreachable, and there I was busting her chops and treating her like a normal person. Right there in front of my father and brother, she asked me what I was doing on Tuesday evening between 2 and 8 o'clock at night. And that's got some very interesting symbolic things going on. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. This was a big surprise to me. Then she went on to say that maybe we could go out and do something together. She said she would be there that day. I could drop by the circus and we would get together and do something. So I believe, again, this is prophetic of our reconnection with the Divine Feminine. I am apparently part black, so that's part of my divine feminine, my grandmother's DNA. And as I said, people of other races symbolize angelic beings. So this is talking about possibly getting the angelic family reunion. I was surprised. I said, okay. I was stunned in a good way afterwards. As I said, there was another female involvement, far less specific than this as well. We left the circus soon after this, the movies, whatever it was, museum. Then I was discussing this girl with my father and brother. My father immediately jumped on me and said she was only 18 or 19, way too young to make a responsible decision. This is a hilarious tie-in to my recent comedy routine confession about listening to Winger and liking it. Their main hit was, she's only 17. And anybody in my school, if you liked Winger, you were going to get beaten up by the drug heads. So again, she was only 18 or 19. The song is she's only 17, so it's only off by 1 year. It's another layer of the fascinating time loop that we get. Like, wow, just amazing. Both my dad and brother argued I shouldn't pay any attention because she was too young and impressionable. She had gotten so famous, and somebody like me wasn't treating her that way, which she really liked. And that was why she was interested, so they said. It is true, this is a prophecy of how people do get jealous of me, jealous of the fame, jealous of what I have. Believe me, I believe I'm the only one who could have done all this work. It's extremely difficult to tolerate a full initiation. And the reason it was me is because it had to be me. I'm the one that was tough enough to do this and talented enough. I do believe that. It has required an Olympic-level spiritual discipline. So again, the black woman is like my grandmother, and it represents reconnecting with my divine feminine. I stayed with my brother. We ended up seeing my mother together. I somehow knew this was in Florida. The house we were in was definitely reminiscent of our original kitchen. And I saw 3 fascinating small orbs of light at this exact moment when I was unsealing. That was mind-blowing. And Florida again hits at Mar-a-Lago. My mother is going to represent the left, so just so that we're clear on that, and the name blue is going to show up, and they are, again, blue versus red. So, again, another symbol of the left. This reminded me of the kitchen we had way, way back before they changed the wallpaper, brownish with little houses on it I didn't even remember from when I was a kid. And you guys have seen my German weather house with the woman in dry weather and the man in wet weather. Over by where the microwave, it looked like that. So that was prophetic. Over by where the microwave was, where Dad used to sit, but I sat afterwards, my mother was hell-bent that she was going to rip out the wall and create a little door. Well, that sounds like the bombings, right? Creating a door where no door exists, ripping out the wall, that would be like bunker busters. So this is, again, prophetic. The ripping out of the wall is the bombing. The door was only 3.5 feet tall. It wasn't even tall enough for me to walk through it. This is, again, very pyramid-like, and we just learned all this new stuff about the pyramid. We just found new chambers in the pyramid. We're finding new passageways all underneath the pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Michael seems to have anticipated that with this time loop, which is stunning. And some people are fearing that 47 is making too many changes to America and our way of life. So, but again, this is the lefty that wants to do this. My mother represents the left. She is the one who wants to rip out the wall and make a new door, which again could be symbolic of bombing this country. Some of those on the left, this is what everybody on the left is being told, that you want this, you know, and then support for this country is considerably lower on the left than it is on the right. It's like by about half. So the right's only like in the low 40s and the left is like in the low 20s, some of the polls I've seen. My brother and I both felt like Mom, who again symbolizes the left. She wants to knock these holes in the wall. She was in a really strange place. She was doing really weird changes to the house and property. We couldn't understand why she felt this was necessary. At the same time, we didn't want to tangle with her very much. So again, this is prophecy of left-oriented war activity. She ended up taking us outside, and she seemed to be depressed. I was trying to talk to her to alleviate her depression and realized that she was living on the ocean front. So I think this illustrates how people on the left think that he is depressed and he's not in control. That's part of what it's about. And also it mirrors their own depression because they don't understand that what's happening to us is a good thing. There was something strange about the climate my mother was living in. The rationalization I had was that it was still winter where she was. And as I said in 23, when I was first unsealing this, right around the same time I did it again, 2 years later, This may be about the fact that it's almost always winter here in Colorado, and those on the left have felt emotionally cold ever since this election inauguration. So then I encounter living water in the ocean. We were near water at first. Something was coming in the water. At first I thought it was frozen. It looked like it was all foam top to bottom. It was a whitish foam, not exactly gross or disgusting, and I actually got into the foam and it was cold. After the beginning, it might not have even been that cold. It had a creamy texture. And the waves were coming in as if they were alive, very wriggling, flowing, and very organic. So it's like a living water. So again, in other words, this is not something bad. People are afraid of the cold. They think that it's something bad, but it's actually transforming your DNA. This live, living water. And so as I say here, this seems to be prophetic of our ascension and DNA change. And this is also prophetic of my sentient cloud who only wants love routine. And I already performed the routine before I did the unsealing. So in fact, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to actually play you that because we're at the 2.5 hour mark. And I'm probably going to get the show done at 4.5 hours, which is great. That's what I wanted. So anyway, let's, we're going to do that. Let me open up Turkey Reels. If it's going to open. Okay, there we go. So first of all, let me show you this video of the dead yellow jacket that we had. This is the one that dive bombed me last week. I'm just going to show you this right now before I take my microphone off, but here he is. All right, folks. Well, I told you I had the nasty yellow jacket attacking me. He doesn't look very tough when he's dead. Apparently, this is the same one. He doesn't look so big and threatening now, but man, he was just so aggressive. Never really seen anything like it before. Yes, we have typically cloudy weather outside. But I wanted you guys to get some legal evidence. So you can see that I didn't make that up. There he is. It was pretty big. He was up there in the skylights, and he just kept on coming at me and coming at me and coming at me. So it was a very, very unpleasant situation. And anyway, there you have it. All right, folks. Well, so I told you I had... Now I want to go ahead to the sentient cloud who just wants to be loved, which is actually before this. So, okay, I'm going to show you a couple slides first. It's 6.5 minutes, and I make a reference to Eugene Levy. So if you don't know who Eugene Levy is, here's a picture of Eugene Levy, and I know him best from the American Pie movies where he was the father of the main character. And what Eugene Levy does so well is his comedy routines where he pretends to be nervous. So imagine him with his face, and he opens up his eyes and raises his eyebrows, and he has these panic attacks. And it's really, really funny. So if you ever get a chance to see anything that Eugene Levy is doing, he's got a travel show on Apple TV+. Guys, hit the like button. Yellow Jackets are very territorial and aggressive, unlike bees, which mostly mind their own business. Yeah, that was a very bad situation with that Yellow Jacket. So anyway, what I'm going to show you now with a little bit of Eugene Levy paranoia added in is this truly dazzling sunset with cloud formations, the cloud that only wants to be loved. But this gives me a chance to take a break, so I'm going to mute my microphone now, and then I'll show you the clip, and I'll be right back in 6.5 minutes. All right, my microphone is off, and I will now go take my break, and I will see you guys in 6.5 minutes. I actually laugh. I start laughing in this video. It's really, really funny. You'll love the comedy, and I tried to do Eugene Levy thing. But that living water that we saw in my dream is mirrored by this comedy routine, which I did before I did this comedy routine before I unsealed the thing about living water. Here we go. More cloud formations on the same night that we had the rainbow. It's continuing to be magical. We have some pine pollen in the water here, so this is actually nourishment. You eat it as a superfood, but you inhale it when you live up here this time of the year, and you're ingesting nutrition. This is probably what the breatharians were doing, but don't you dare try it because it's going to kill you. But it's like a little health supplement that you would have to use to augment a healthy diet, but not replace it. Either way, the pine pollen is wonderful. You take it as a superfood, it's really great. Oh my. Oh wow. This is just crazy looking. You guys seeing this? Oh wow. Yeah, I'll rank this at least a D minus, you know, maybe a C plus. Something around the, you know, negative infinity loop range to try to make it a more palatable experience for the viewer. What's going on here? How did this happen? Who created this sentient, mysterious, gaseous organism that lives over the house? It seems to be quite capable of its own locomotion, intelligence. It created a rainbow. It's thinking and evolving as it gets more intelligent. This looks almost like a rabbit. You see the rabbit's eyes here. Its face, and then there's two ears, the rabbit ears. You see that? It's creating anagrams in the sky for us, you guys, because it's thinking and it's metamorphosizing into new forms that conglomerate and congeal to create excellent tidings for those who are capable of receiving these blessings. It's an intelligent, loving being. It doesn't want to be misunderstood because it's such a big blob. He just wants love. He just wants love. Yeah, that's actually not really that good of a thing to have here when you got the rabbit showing up. Keep that to yourself. We don't need to pollute the video with all this mindless emotionality that seems to distract you from the glory of that which is. So that you have a seamless continuity, the backwards infinity loop that leads to these sky formations that compress into this jellyfish-like, strangely intelligent, shape-shifting, weird cloud of pure consciousness and energy that somehow could generate a double rainbow. And you see he's got these hands out, and he's kind of holding his hands off to the side. The rabbit is definitely, this is really scary. I actually freaking out right now. I'm feeling my toes are tingling because I'm worried that the organism might decide to locomote. It seems to be stationary right now, but you've seen a lot of movies and how these things can end up going. The organism could change. Sorry, guys. I thought I could make it. I thought I could do the, who's the paranoid father, Eugene Levy. I wanted to have a Eugene Levy style paranoid meltdown about the clouds. And I screwed up, and I accept my retribution and punishment for breaking the kayfabe and actually laughing when I should have just kept on staying in character. But I wasn't strong enough to do it, you guys. Wasn't. So check this out. I mean, the bunny is not moving. Or no, he's kind of evolved a little bit. His face has turned into lateral stripes of intelligent indifference. It looks at us, but it doesn't really expect anything to happen. It just kind of wants respect. And I get that. This organism needs to be loved. And you don't want to judge it just because... The organism. There we go. 6.5 minutes. He just wants love. Okay. We're going to call it for now. Thank you, everybody. All right, I'm going to flip over now. Hold on a second. And we're back. All right, you guys. Everything looks good. That's a year's worth of laughter for me, says Sparky Moto. David, you need to come back to Sunshine, get California for sunshine and good wine. Laughing at your laughing is insanity at its best. This is at about 8,000, it's 8,500 feet is the altitude. I love your eruption of laughter. That's brilliant, David. I was seriously listening to your commentary, and then your laughter woke me out of my concentration. That's mindful peace. Charlie Winter, it's so great to hear you have a good belly laugh. That house is really high up. Prince Royal says, get your cigarettes, fireworks, and 5 major grease groups. Come on in, boy. We got the cigarette, ham, fireworks, and bacon store. Shoo-wee! Yeah, man, we gonna sell you French fried poutine, cooked in lard, bacon grease, chicken grease. You got dairy grease on the side that we got with a little cheese curd you put in there. And, of course, you got vegetable grease, which is your potatoes. So we got all 5 grease groups right there waiting for you at, come on down to I-95, cigarette, ham, fireworks, and bacon. Woo! Yeah. All right. Got to keep it spontaneous sometimes, you know, give you guys a little something different than what you might be expecting from Mr. Blondie in his outrageously sexy sizzle costume. I just sizzle you up with love, man. This is like love has been encapsulated into a fabric. I didn't know that was possible, but dude, it actually is true. There's love in this outfit, and I want to put the love into my body by wearing the outfit. And radiate the love outwards from my body with the outfit. It's all part of the... You go, baby, you go. Yes, I did finish before you. 4,600, we still got... You guys are laughing and laughing and laughing. So this was interesting because you saw the double rainbow video last week. So I filmed that, I think, like the day before the show. And then... this sentient cloud comedy video was in that shoot. It's just that I had 3 videos that were 7 minutes long that I could run for my break, and I only needed 2 of them. So I just didn't play this one, but then it's this comedy routine where I'm personifying the cloud as if it's alive. So let's remember now where we were in this dream, that there was this sense of coldness in the left, this sense that even though they live in Florida, they're always cold, it seems like it's always winter. That's their emotional state. But then the emotional state of winter comes in as this living water in the dream. We were near the water at first. Something was coming in the water. I thought it was frozen. It looked like it was all foam top to bottom. It was a whitish foam, not exactly gross or disgusting. But at first I thought it was frozen. I probably should have put that in yellow. I actually got into it and it was cold. After the beginning, it might not have even been that cold, but it did have a creamy texture. And so it warmed up. And then the waves were like they were alive. It was actually like massaging you. It was a very, very strange, extremely vivid, psychedelic type of experience that you go into this weird, creamy material that's in the water, and it's like this thing is alive, and it just, I mean, it was wonderful. And so how freaking weird that I didn't unseal this until after I had shot that sentient cloud that wants to be loved. And I talk about how he's capable of locomotion. This was so funny. And it told me right when I had to take a break, too. It came in at the perfect moment in our show. So the waves were organic and alive, and they were basically like giving me a massage. So a healthy massage, you know. Get your mind out of the gutter, man. My God, dude. Enough. This seems prophetic of the Ascension DNA change. I don't even need to look in the comments. I already know where your mind is going. Stop it. It's also prophetic of my sentient cloud who wants love routine. As I just said, I'd already performed the routine before I unsealed this stuff. So then my mother started showing us this sculpture that she had. She had an incredible front yard, the house, palm trees, and then sand in the ocean. So this was an oceanfront Florida property. There was a statue of a man that represented the same thing as the statue at Blue's house. And the statue represented Blue's deceased husband. So I went to this spiritual center called Fellowship of the Inner Light, and there was a woman there. I'm sure she's dead now, so I can get away with saying her name. Her name was Blue Shedder. Never heard of a woman named Blue before. That apparently was her legal name. I asked her. And she was very, very into spirituality, esoteric study. She had all kinds of weird metaphysical books. And she had a fairly small apartment that had one of those ozone machines in it, and it was just cranked up way too much. So as soon as you go in there, you just smell ozone really strong. And if you can smell it, then it's actually a respiratory toxin. So she was just convinced that she needed it to be healthy. But when you go in there from being outside, dude, it was like the ozone smell was just, sorry, Blue. I mean, you're probably in the afterlife now. We can laugh about this. But like, yeah, that was the one creepy thing about going to Blue's house was how much ozone you smelled. But everything was super clean. So she had like a decent, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom size house. And it was just jam-packed with all kinds of very, very cool, shiny objects that she had acquired. Not all shiny, but I'm thinking about this. I want to keep the sizzle jacket in the frame, man. It's just like freaking amazing. Part of why this works for me is that I'm part black. Honest to God. I mean, look at my grandmother. Now you know. Okay, so many of you, probably some of you who are black said, yep, she looks mulatto. So there you go. Boom, we've settled it. She told me in the dream, and I really, now that I know how accurate my dreams are, it's like, that's probably not fake. So anyway, Blue had gotten these beautiful statues, huge, beautiful pieces of artwork from all over the world. She traveled all over the world. She had tons of beautiful statues in her house. And they were very expensive. I mean, she had some stuff that was just like dazzlingly rare, huge statues of like the Buddha or like some totem pole or like, I mean, it could be anything, dude. You think of any culture in the world that has exotic gold-painted beautiful sculptures that they make, and she's got one. Gold painted. I mean, these things were freaking dazzling. So this dream is talking about how I had gone to her house, her name is Blue, and that she had one statue that depicted her deceased husband. And she had a whole story around it. And how she had, she was forgiving her husband and letting go of the abuse that had occurred, that kind of thing. That's what it was about. There was a statue of a man that represented the same thing as the statue I had seen at Blue's house, which again symbolized her deceased husband. Now, again, the left is called the blue, whereas the right is called the red. So her name, Blue, is actually, again, showing that this character symbolizes the left, that the statue actually symbolizes their projection of 47. Blue had now renounced this statue, and she had given the statue back to the family of her husband, who had now died. Okay, so another one of the very strange things about this, that Blue gave up the statue and gave it back after the husband died, is that when I moved into my new house, which would have been in, 2006 or 2007, when I moved into this place in Topanga that was a beautiful house up at the top of the mountain. At that point, when I first got there, my bedroom looked out onto somebody else's yard, and in the yard was a giant statue of a crucified man. And I'm going to show you pictures from my window where you can see the statue the way it used to look. And then when a new tenant took over the property and bought the house, he was totally creeped out by the crucified weird man, and he took the statue down. So he renounced the statue, and the statue had been made by the husband of the woman who used to live there, and she outlived him. He died before she did. And then after that statue got taken down, I found out later that the man was telling everybody in the neighborhood that she was very abusive, and that the crucified man represented him, that she was crucifying him. And so that's what he made the statue for. So I didn't even see the statue for the first time until either 2006 or 7. Maybe even, it might have been 2007. Because in 2006 is when I lived in Santa Monica. So 2007 is when I first saw this statue, and then it was removed a year later in 2008. So for a whole year, I saw the crucified Jesus out my window all the time. And I didn't know that it was going to mean something in the future. I didn't realize how all this was going to turn out. So this statue actually symbolizes the way the left has crucified 47. They created this object, they objectify him. It's an idol that they then hate. They've created an idol, they've created a projection in their mind. They're crucifying him in their mind. The reason this guy made the statue is that his wife was always attacking him. She was always bothering him. She was always abusing him. That's what the left is doing. You think about it. And I hate to be just so, because it's a problem that goes through both sides of the political aisle. There's plenty of things I could dog the right for as well. Both sides, that's why I try to be apolitical for the most part, because neither side totally nails it all the time. And so one of the ways that the left doesn't nail it is this projection of hatred that they've been told to do through the television, right? You're told and ascension will not be possible until you turn off the television. And right as I write that, the raccoons chew the line, the lights go down. When you're living in that lie that they tell, then yes, you're supposed to hate this guy. And they put him up on a cross and they crucify him. And so this statue from 1999 obviously anticipated that I was going to take pictures of this thing. So let me show you the statue. This was what I would see. This photograph was taken on April 6, 2008. This is what I saw out my window every day. So that fence there is on the border of his property. But yeah, I would look right out my window and I would see that crucified man. And you notice it's like he doesn't want to be on that cross. He's trying to get off of it. And he's writhing in pain. So it's kind of a weird version. It's like a demonic, almost like a demonic projection, because it's very scary looking. And then it was on April 6th that this guy had the thing taken down. And this is actually real. This is the sculpture of the man. He had a very creepy beard. And this is the worker that was hired to take him down. So again, let's just try that. So there it is from far. This is the way it originally looked. Not quite the same as a regular Christian crucifix. It's a little bit wider. Yeah, it's very creepy. Everybody is saying it's creepy. Exactly. I mean, it was, imagine what it would be like to see this out your window every day, the whole time you're working. Well, that's what I had for a year. I was looking at this thing. And then again, he sent in these workers and they took him down. The man was sculpted separately from the cross, and this was the man being put on the ground. They had put that yellow tape around him and they dragged him off. Isn't it creepy looking though, huh? So there you go. I've given you enough nightmare fuel for several maggoty rounds of wonder in your subsequent nightmares, so you can thank me later as you go through the catacombs of despair that statue has forever burned into your subconscious mind. I'm just teasing. It's not that bad. You guys can I had to look at it all the time. I mean, think about it, dude. This is what I saw out my window. And it was a large part of the view, right? It's a significant area right ahead of me that had this guy on the cross. So, again, her name, Blue, represents the left-wing followers of the DS. And this whole dream, therefore, is symbolic of cutting the cords. It was meant to correlate with that statue, and that you're giving away the projection of the evil, which is also what they've done with 47. So her giving away this crucified man sculpture is them deciding not to crucify him anymore. And therefore, they are giving back the statue that they've created, this projection of him, where they were crucifying it and attacking this statue. They're giving back that negative projection, and their minds are now opening up to a new reality, which I think is good. The sculpture didn't have a finish coat on it. The wood was unfinished. Mom was really depressed for some reason and all bummed out. And again, she represents the left. That's how they feel right now. I ended up asking my brother, what would it take for him to carve a hatchet into the sculpture so that this guy was swinging an axe? And if you think about the guy on the cross, his hand is wrapped over the beam, and it looks like he's holding on to a weapon. So it's very nicely fulfilled by that sculpture. So let me actually, let's just get that picture in one more time up close, where you get the closer version of this. All right. So let's hit that part again. It didn't have a finish. It was unfinished. She was depressed, bummed out. And what would it take to carve a hatchet into the sculpture so he was swinging an axe? Well, now I want you to see, by looking at it, that in fact, either side looks like he might be swinging an axe. Either arm looks like he's holding on to something. So in this case, it would be very easy to modify it, to do that. My brother started to work on that. In a very short amount of time, the lines manifested for where the hatchet would be. He started carving into it and around it. This seems prophetic of how 47 has to complete the hero's journey to defeat the DS. The final step was for his image to be given a hatchet. Yep, he's now taking decisive steps. The truth won't be for everyone, but remember, it was Blue, the character symbolizing Blue, who gave him the hatchet. Rejected the negative projection, no longer wants to attack, says go ahead and cut the stuff that you need to cut, get the job done, finish the job. So it's actually a dazzlingly prophetic dream, but it's just very complex. And I wasn't going to include this one, but then when I figured out what the hatchet was in the sculpture, I said, oh, dude, I got to put that in the show too. So then we had a personal dream about my need to live alone, which is part of what I've been doing, all I've been doing the last 4 years. As things calm down, I think that will change. But yeah, I did need this. So others, it says, were creating numerous hassles. And everybody I lived with back in Virginia in 1998, it was just the same story over and over again. I kept getting kicked out as I tried to rent places to live. I had to live in my own place. That's what I was just now doing. So then it all continues on April 20th, which was the day of Columbine. And the dream was also about my new landlord, Dennis. Now, Dennis was kind of a slumlord. He actually made me pay to have to install clean carpets in the house I lived in on 23rd Street. The existing carpets were ghetto-level filthy and disgusting. They stank like, you ever smell that rotting old soda pop stains, thick, black, large stains all over every carpet in the place. It was so freaking disgusting, dude. And this landlord is saying, like, oh, the carpet is fine. I'm like, no, the carpet's definitely not fine. The carpet is, like, seriously freaking nasty, and it stinks. And there's these very grotesque dark stains that are like this big, you know, and I'm like, and then there's several of them in different places. And he told me that the apartment is rented as is, and if I wanted clean carpets, I had to install them myself. And I was so desperate now to find a place to live that I ended up agreeing to it. So he forced me to recarpet the entire apartment. This is because he's going to show up in the dream. That's why I'm giving you all this detail. And I lived next door to the two ultimate alcoholics, Mark and Becky, who verbally abused each other every night, and it was 10 feet away from my front windows. You know, they're typical white people from the South, and they both were severe alcoholics. So, I mean, I can't imitate what they do because it was so profane. Like, everything was the F word. And she'd say, he would say, you F and B, and then she'd say, Mark, you're a F and A, you know, and they go back and forth, like every night they're doing this theatrical abuse of each other, this like profane, cursing verbal abuse. They just have this crazy, dramatic, bad argument on the porch, outside, drunk, every night. And it started as soon as I got there. And it was so wild because it was like, that's just what they do. They just get out on the porch, they get smashed, and they yell at each other. It was crazy, you guys. And anyway, thank you for being here. We still got 4,500 people. So part of the problem is we were in a high noise zone where the F-18 jets come in for a landing. And man, it is loud because sometimes they have to burn their afterburner fuel and stuff as they come in. And high noise zones are associated with extreme stress. I lived under the fighter jets for years in Virginia Beach. So these two people who lived next door to me, they got struck by the lightning of karma. And very soon after Michael finished book 7, their house burned down. The fire occurred around January 23rd of 2000. And this is where I write about it on divinecosmos.com. It's on like page 23 of the David's blog. I just went and pulled it up under the David's blog section. Link number 23 on the bottom is around where this is. It's all kind of chronological. The dream prophecy of a house burning down. So this is actually the picture of the house. This was the house they were living in. This was the house they sat out in front of. And there's somebody else who lives above them because it's a duplex, so it's 2 apartments. And the guy on the top level was also a drunk, and he's the one that set the house on fire. He fell asleep with a cigarette in his hand. So everybody's house burned down, and it all got boarded up. This is shortly after the fire happened. And so I lived on the bottom floor of the building next door. This was the front of their house and all the melting of the siding. It's a very dramatic photo, actually. And so this is their house on the left, and that was my house on the right. So this shows you how far away I was from Mark and Becky as they'd get drunk and yell at each other every night. And so after the house burned down, they couldn't live there anymore. The Red Cross moved them somewhere else, and they were out of my life. And I remember that before their house burned down, there was a snake that came out of their toilet. Like somebody had a pet snake. The snake apparently escaped by going through the toilet in their house, went through the sewer, swam up the pipe into Mark and Becky's apartment, and they walk in to this apartment, and there's this snake coiled around the toilet. And Becky sees it, and she screams. And she says, do you think that's symbolic? And I'm like, yeah, I think synchronicity is real, and I think you guys have a big warning here. And obviously the warning was you got to stop being so abusive to each other, but they didn't. And then the house burned down, and this is actually, again, a real photograph of where I was living. You can see some of the siding had puckered off of the side of that house. When you walked up there, this is what it turned into. This is after the fire. Everything was totally melted. So then we have another dream. It comes in at 4:23 a.m. This is going to talk about Dennis, my landlord, and how he was ripping me off. That's part of what it is. There was somebody who had money on an orange string. I was definitely very concerned about this person taking my money. Somebody had strung coins together with a string that was orange in color, and it was imperative that I not allow them to try to steal things from me. So this is again prophetic of the orange man bad. We were just hearing about the left and how they're, thinking that they're going to let go of that projected statue of the crucifixion. They're going to allow him to have a hatchet. They're going to allow him to carry the hatchet now. And then right away, we have somebody who is seeing an orange string that's stealing money, which is, again, the projection that the media has wanted to tell you. Oh my God, he's evil, and they want to steal your money, and they're stealing money from all these great government programs that benefit us, and da-da-da-da-da. Michael Williams Jr. said, I left you a link in the chat bookmark. Mark it, and take a look after you get done. Have a great day. Thank you very much. And we're still at 4,500 viewers, so you guys are doing an amazing turnout today. We couldn't crack 4,000 for a long time, so I'm really glad that you're still here. And again, this is about to just blast off in how exciting it is. So just wait for it, because it's so prophetic. So the orange string of money is people thinking that he's trying to steal their money. And this was also my theft from the landlord, making me pay for my own carpet. At the very end, there was a blonde-haired younger brother of a female who lived in the house I grew up in. He was inside the house, and he had ripped me off. I basically was rushing into the house to confront this kid. So maybe, again, this is their projection of what they see in him. I was around the side door, and I realized there were many clocks that had digital readouts mounted into a gigantic Japanese thing, 7 levels tall, that looked like a giant power transformer. Even though this technology looked more advanced than what we have now, my younger brother knew exactly how to reset the clock. So this suggests extraterrestrials, perhaps, but it's also symbolic of us resetting the doomsday clock. That's right. How do we get out of this World War III situation? And then remember, it looks like a Japanese transformer. Japan has been making serious World War II style military moves lately. Look it up. They're getting worried. They don't like what's going on. They want to assert their power. The power transformer was big and wide and had 7 tiers on it. They were rounded plastic rectangles covering each area going from the top. It looked like it was made of plastic, and you could see wires and electronics inside. This totally ties in with the image from last week's show, which started out with a face shield thing, and we read this one already about a mysterious person handing out high-level face shields. And then it was post number 193, which is basically what I saw in the dream, except in mine it was only like 7 levels. But that was very cool, because we just saw this before, and now here it is again. So the transformer, the power transformer, doesn't just represent Japan. It represents the DS. Wouldn't you have figured that? So and the power transformer, remember, we were trying to reset the transformer. That was the whole point. The power transformer was big and wide with 7 tiers on it. There were rounded plastic rectangles going from the top on each area. It looked like it was made of plastic with wires and connections and stuff. When my brother needed to reset this whole thing, which again represents the DS, the arrests are going to completely reset their infrastructure. And it's also the idea that the war is not going to keep on going. We're going to hit the reset button on that. Turn back the doomsday clock. Remember, the doomsday clock was actually mentioned in this dream. Okay? When my brother wanted to reset the clock, he pulled out the tray, pushed a couple of buttons, and set it back to 8:35. So this seemed to be prophetic of the 2-week extension that we got before these airstrikes occurred. That was what we thought. So at the time, that looked like the best interpretation. But again, we have this tower that symbolizes the DS, and it's connected to a doomsday clock, but then we just turn it off and reset the clock. It's a beautiful, beautiful metaphor of the coming of the arrests. Again, perfectly time looped in with the slide that we saw last week of that multi-tiered building that looks like a big pyramid in North Korea. The second dream was highly prophetic and has this incredible reading in it that I want to give to you. And this is the highlight of the reading that I wanted to make sure is one of the things that we get to right off the bat. 3 different places, and then we might acclimate ourselves to finding out when Big Brother is going to fall. Wait a minute, Big Brother is going to fall? Yeah, that would be the mass arrest. So they're being very on the nose here. 3 different places will help us find out when Big Brother is going to fall. That is very, very interesting, isn't it? Because we got 3 wars going on right now. We got No Kings, we got UK, and we got Iran, Israel. So the 3 different places is what Michael's talking about. This is a dazzling prophecy of when these things are going to happen. And we are clearly being told that we are now in the final phase. So the 3 different places are the 3 wars, one of which is, again, domestic riots here in America, just like we were told was going to happen. It's all very interestingly entangled in finding out when Big Brother is going to fall. I mean, it's very Nostradamus-like, isn't it? The only other thing I can even think of that something like this compares to is like Nostradamus prophecy. But I mean, this is me, David Wilcock, and I had no idea. When I dictated these tapes, I mean, I just transcribed them in trance. I didn't really read them after I wrote them up. My study group didn't really like this stuff because so much of it was cryptic that they couldn't get enough spiritual juice out of it. 3 different places. What's that? You know, and there was all this encrypted stuff because it wasn't written for 1999. That's one of the reasons I got kicked out from the farm. The study group fell apart because, frankly, the readings weren't very rewarding to read. You know, now they make sense, but back then they didn't make sense. So this is really interesting because he's directly saying Big Brother is going to fall and that you will figure out how it's going to happen from these 3 different places. And it's clearly, again, Kings, UK, and Iran. So the riots are important in America. What happens over with Zelensky is important. And how this thing in Iran ends is important. And this directly, Michael is telling us that these 3 wars do end up directly leading to when the fall of Big Brother will happen. They will shed light on that. They will usher it in somehow, which is great. It means we're not just going to have to keep going through this stuff. We're not just starting into a war phase. This is very quickly building up to a crescendo. It's extremely exciting. Then Michael says, oh, I guess that the 3 different places was actually the very first thing he said that morning. So we're just reading it in order right now. Now, this is totally amazing in how this one fits in with Israel's thing. I was uneasy thinking about a deathbed. Yeah, that's everybody being uneasy about this war going on right now. Michael is literally reading us in the present. It's incredible. However, as these foolish actions continue, that seems to be pretty accurate, doesn't it? Foolish actions, yeah. It's pretty foolish when you start blowing the hell out of each other's countries. There is a much expanded potential for these situations to become far more grievous and worse, in a sense. Well, that's not where it's going, but that's what everybody's uneasy about, is that it could become World War III. They just talked about this before, that it's not going to be that way. Active potentials can stymie the otherwise fluid movement of the body of the public. So, when we resort to primitive tactics of attack and superstition, the torture of innocence continues. Wow. This is very relevant to what's going on, and I think you can tell who has been attacking and who has primitive tactics. We didn't start this thing. Let's just put it that way. Then we do have a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions on our hands here. I think I might have not written proportions right. It should become obvious by now who the real aggressor is. It is not necessarily NATO. There are other organizations which supersede what is obvious on the surface, and that is important. Wow! This is a dazzling prophecy of the Iran war and the DS ultimately being behind it. Look at it all, just check it out. We have a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions. It should become obvious by now who the real aggressor is. It is not NATO, it is another organization that supersedes anything that is obvious on the surface. I mean, it's just crazy how, I don't even know what to say. Michael just scored an absolute A+ on this. So let's have the next one, because it just goes on and on. At 8 o'clock a.m., I was around snobbish rich people, which again could be a metaphor for my prospective landlord, Dennis, and he's making me pay for my carpet. A group of these rich people were all gathered together in a pretty nice house. It was hard for me to see exactly where they were going with what they were doing. Well, the rich people end up symbolizing this satanic organization we're talking about. A plot got developed that was sort of like a scary Steven Spielberg movie. It combined poltergeist with other things. So there they are again, messing around with evil. There was an upstairs and a downstairs connected by a little staircase with flimsy metal railings. It was a very narrow staircase that could move up and down like a fire escape. This dream had a very repetitive theme which kept happening over and over. People in this group would have an argument or start fighting, and then these extraterrestrials would show up. When the extraterrestrials showed up, they would cause some sort of disaster to happen. The disaster might have even involved the death of the people who were arguing, even both of them. So extraterrestrials show up and they end up killing both people who argue with each other. You see where I'm going with this? You see about these wars and how people that started the wars in these respective countries. Look, it's not 47. They've got him protected. He's in all 7 books. He's going to be fine. I'm talking about the wars themselves, and that when people have an argument, the way these ETs, which were ending up to be benevolent beings, remember, benevolent beings have to allow karma to play out. So if people create negative karma, they have to be the lords of your karma. They have to deliver that karma to you. That's where it becomes problematic. So these ETs would show up, and it might even involve the death of both of the people who are having the argument, both sides of the argument at the same time. So this could be extremely prophetic about what we're going to see as outcomes in this situation. I take this very seriously, and I'm tiptoeing, but think about the two eyes, the eye versus eye, and how those two eyes are going at it right now. And then look at this prophecy in the midst of everything else they're saying. Whoa, it's a big warning. I think it's important that they try to end this war as soon as possible. It was pretty frightening. You never knew when these ETs were going to show up. And this again could be possible strikes against both of them, and maybe, Z could be another one who ends up going. I mean, we're hearing that might happen in some of the headlines. So wow, this is like a very intense prophecy, you guys. I had to give this a good bit of time to breathe. The weirdest thing about all this is I knew that these were compassionate beings. They only did what they had to do to balance people's negative karma. Every time the ETs had to do an intervention like this, I would have to walk up or down this flimsy metal staircase, and vomit would appear on the railings. Well, this is showing about how upsetting it is to everybody when we go through this. It symbolizes events that make us feel sick, but our mass karma requires these interventions. But again, if you let yourself go through with it, you feel better. That's what we all have heard. I think it's the same thing here. There were at least 6 cycles where these ETs showed up after somebody started getting into a violent action. The ETs would stop the problem, which again sometimes involved the person dying, and they would disappear. Stopping the problem often involved a very intense, violent intervention of a variety of different kinds. The arrival of the ETs was therefore associated with great fear and terror, even though, again, I knew they were working for the good. Well, karma is like that. Karma is terrifying, but it's done by benevolent angelic beings. Sometimes chunks of sloppy food would fall off the staircase. The lights would go on and off, like in the movie Poltergeist. You kind of knew what was going on. The ETs would solve the problem wherever negativity was. Then you would just see them standing before you. You didn't want to get close to them or to try to touch them because then they might disappear again. It's very interesting, isn't it? They were bringing all this karma about, but you couldn't touch them or try to get close. They would just vanish. So then Michael comes in and begins speaking in very encrypted language. He says, "We used the lakeside some." Well, Mar-a-Lago translates as sea and lake. And there he is by the lakeside. So there you go. And remember, we used the lakeside some. What did we just see right before this show? We saw the 3 strikes, the bunker busters. That's what Michael is saying. Remember, in the dream, the benevolent ET had to show up and sometimes had to kill the source of the violence that was happening. And in this case, it was these bunker busters. So again, this is just dazzlingly prophetic. So we use the lakeside some, throw the reading, and then this is where he says 3 different places, and then we might acclimate ourselves to finding out when Big Brother is going to fall. So that again would be these 3 wars that we're seeing, which include riots in America that are basically political. And remember, the dream is that these terrifying ETs show up and they cause violence to occur to stop people from doing things that are bad. So 3 different places where these wars are going to be brought to a halt. Could be what this is actually saying. We used the lakeside to do it. 47. So we might acclimate ourselves to finding out when Big Brother is going to fall. Well, that's what this is all leading up to, folks, the mass arrests. So what an astounding prophecy once again. Dazzling prophecy that these things will lead to the arrests and that we are now in the final phase. Then Michael goes on, and it's still very encrypted. Because again, I was remote viewing this. He partially understands the non-working classic membership that is before him. Now he has an opportunity to enliven it and take up the reins as such. And again, this is prophetic of the riots that we're seeing over the people who are here. People got in here without being vetted on a quote-unquote non-working classic membership plan sponsored by you-know-who. And 47 is now taking up the reins. That's line 3. He's taking up the reins to solve the problem. So he has an opportunity to take up the reins and stop this non-working membership. Very interesting, huh? So it's a very deeply encrypted, subconscious type of wording, but it makes sense. This is why people in my group didn't like hearing this stuff. It was like, David, this doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just what I got. I was uneasy about thinking about a deathbed. That's very obviously talking about this war. However, as these foolish actions continue, there is a much expanded potential for these situations to become far more grievous and worse, in a sense. Active potentials can stymie the otherwise fluid movement of the body of the public. So when we resort to primitive tactics of attack and superstition, the torture of innocence continues. They are clearly talking about Z, the small group, small country. I think this is very obviously talking about them. They're the ones that have made us all uneasy about the deathbed. They are the ones doing foolish actions. They are the ones who may have something far worse happen to them. That's what Michael was implying with the idea that the ETs kill the people that create the violence. It's a divine intervention, you know? Wow. So when we do have a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions on our hands here, it should become obvious by now who the real aggressor is. And it is not necessarily NATO. There are other organizations which supersede what is obvious on the surface, and that is important. This is a dazzling prophecy of what we're going through right now, and that the DS is behind it. So after I hung out with these rich people for a while, who again symbolized the DS, and these angelic beings were periodically wiping them out if they fought each other. So after hanging out with these rich people for a while, there was going to be a family event they were going to do together that involved a rabidly fundamentalist church. There were some people off by the altar who were going to get baptized. It seemed to me like it was the Rock Church. Well, this is actually their cultish, negative, satanic religion. That's what this is actually talking about. So don't think about it in any normal church. This is the rich people church. Something really bad was going to happen up there. There you go, one of their ceremonies. They were going to try to force you into converting to their thing with violence. There was nothing you could do to stop it. This guy had a lot of money too, and I think he showed up as my landlord, Dennis. This is again prophetic of their fundamentalist beliefs and ceremonies within their organization. As we approached the altar, I said I would demonstrate for everyone what the real second coming of Christ was all about. How each one of us could become a Messiah. They really had no idea what I was talking about. This is Michael's message, right? Then all of a sudden, I just flew into the air and started flying around the room. I told these people that this is what it was all about. Isn't that a beautiful dream? I just blow their minds when they're trying to convert everybody to their stupid religion. Then the dream completely changed course. There was definitely something involving my mother and brother at our old house again. I needed money. Mom had me go to the safety deposit box to get some. I had a key, and I knew you were not supposed to wait very long. If you had to open your safety deposit box, you had to do it quickly. Well, this is symbolic of business loans I've taken out, and they get expensive if you don't pay them back. That's fine. And so this is totally a reflection of what I'm dealing with right now, which is, yes, we have our deal, but no, the money isn't in the bank yet. So until it is, I have to use my line of credit, and everything's fine. I mean, we're going to be fine, but it certainly is one of the things that's on my mind right now. And so this is directly reflective of everything I'm dealing with in my life, immediately after that amazing dream and reading that we just had. When I got to it, it was like the post office. There was a box that had everybody's keys all together in it, and this was a major surprise because you could very easily match the key to the lock, which means anybody could steal anybody else's stuff. So this is why they made you do it quickly so that, nobody else would steal your stuff. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey, it's a dream. So the metaphor here is that the DS is the one who has all the keys, and people on a massive level are now realizing, yes, we have been robbed. Then Michael comes back in, and this is amazing, because we're robbed by the DS. Knowing that the chapters on the fundamental peace process are wrong. And as I said, on the 20th, before this happened, you cannot bomb your way into peace. Michael is clearly showing again that the approach and strategy that these people have been using is wrong. You're not going to get it that way. Again, I do think, well, we had a donation come in. This is Charlie Winter. Just got back from Miami yesterday. Florida was beautiful. We stayed on the ocean, saw an amazing moonrise several nights in a row. Mother Earth is breathtaking. I really hope you can get away once your deal goes through. Yeah, tell me about it. I really do feel this. So you guys say you really love the slides. Thank you for all the work you did to create this presentation. Didn't you just do this reading last week? No. At the beginning of the show, I read one from last week. This is new, but it is in the books. So if you read the books, you might have actually heard these things before, because they are in Michael Prophecies, Book 4. But no, we only read one from last week because it was so prophetic it needed to be read again. Anyway, thank you, Charlie Winter, for the donation. So knowing the chapters on the fundamental peace process are wrong. I do think 47 did the best he could here, and whatever he stopped from happening probably would have been much worse than what the U.S. military actually did. Let's hope that this deflates the whole thing, but honestly, there's way too much stuff for 1 week that talks about this, so it's going to be there next week too, I'm sure. So I was thinking about the deeper implications of this dream, which was that this war that the United States is doing is a fascist thing. Well, how about that? How about that for a time loop? Whoa. Yeah, okay, interesting. You take it where you want to go. I'm not going to speculate too much. We already know that the financiers supported H. The only reason why they backed out on him was because he got too power hungry for himself. Dang, I mean, is this not time looped into the present? It's just dazzling. In the dream, all of the keys were next to their safety deposit boxes, and this is again symbolic of how they could steal your money. I did finally find the money in my own mother's box. I was getting ready to put it back, and then I saw this beautiful blonde, and she represents the DS again. They're Hollywood starlets, Nikki, because she looks like Nikki Taylor. This girl I knew in college who looked like Nikki Taylor. She looked even more stunningly beautiful and gorgeous than I remembered her in real life. She had a little bit more flesh on her face and had become the ideal woman, because Nikki, the Nikki I knew was very skinny. But this is symbolic of Amber, you know, Johnny's ex-wife, and Hollywood. And what you're going to see is that here she's this beautiful woman, but then she just steals people's money and doesn't even think anything of it, just does a snatch and grab. And I was like really put off by that in the dream. I just was like, whoa, what the hell? So this is what everybody's seeing them as now. Everybody's seeing the thievery. They don't like it on both sides of the political aisle. That's what this is about. There was a soda machine that was open, or maybe she opened it. There was a stack of coins in there. The money people paid for soda. She reached and grabbed a stack of quarters for something she had to do later on and stole it for herself, a whole $10 roll of quarters. I was shocked that she was so callous. And so there you go. She's stealing out of an open soda machine. There were at least 6 cycles of the ET thing where these extraterrestrial beings would show up after somebody was getting into acts of violence against each other. The ETs would stop the problem, again, potentially killing people, and disappear. Stopping the problem often involved a very intense and violent intervention of a variety of different kinds. Everyone was still feeling the shock of having witnessed these events repeatedly. I found myself in a dance hall. We still had the background of the ET intervention. There was definitely lingering in everyone's mind. I started dancing with these women, and again, it's Ascension. I could pick them up like Peter Pan and fly. They would fly when I would hold on to them. So this is, again, prophetic of our Ascension, the success of the Alliance. One of the women was kind of shy. I had trouble getting her into the air. She looked possibly Italian. I had to put her back down. And I say, I wonder if this has something to do with Italy being a part of NATO. But now it's very obvious that this represents the other country that we were talking about, as you see right there. After the dream was over, I saw a swastika with sharp blades on its 4 edges, and it had the American flag inside the swastika. It was pretty crazy. Whoa. I mean, this is the projections that people are having right now. And there was a crop circle that showed up in 2008 in a place called Barton that totally mapped out what it says in this dream, except it showed it as the Pentagon. And so this was the Pentagon with all these interesting circles around it. And it's got these swastika-like fins that you can see, as well as the 5-pointed satanic star. I mean, this is a very symbolically rich formation. And this was Andreas Mueller. You can really, really see in there how it's like basically the Pentagon as a swastika. Like, it's clearly them showing us the Hitlerian suppression that's been in place. This also was the same year in 2008 that we had this one, which really does look like the Tesla turbine. It's exactly how it would appear from the side. And the circles inside of it look like the anti-gravity readings. So that was a very, very cool thing to see this crop formation appear, because they'd already put a swastika, and then it was like it was just a regular swastika where there were blades on the tips, and then you could see the American flag through it. So that element is now being purged by the Alliance. This element of the Pentagon that they drew in 2008 is being purged by the Alliance. And it's this type of technology that they also drew in 2008, these anti-gravity turbines. It's a beautiful illustration of it. That's what's going to get us out of the heap of danger that we've been in. So the biblical Michael reading is the one that occurred on the 21st. We may need to cut here because the entire reading could take a full show to read. We will unseal the first half of it if we have time. Otherwise, we're going to cut to the Ezra posts. Well, in this case, I'm going to read you a little bit of it. Let's just find, where do we want to go here? Hold on, I'm reading it all right now. Yeah, let's start from here. I'm only going to read you a little bit of it, but some of it is very interesting. It's all very interesting. We remote viewed the future for you. You have already seen that the magnitude of these visions that you will be having is truly profound. And then we're going to cut through this again. Hold on, sorry. Just trying to get you some of the most important stuff that they said. Yeah, this is great, and then we'll end on this and we'll go into the next show for Ezra. Think about things such as the Roswell crash and their resultant effects on your civilization. The truest handheld radio gun comes from the power that is produced within self at the time of the physical transformation. It is then therefore possible to levitate objects and to produce a stunning display in other formats as well. That is such a great promise of Ascension after the Ascension dreams they gave us. What do they mean by handheld radio gun? This came as a response to an email I had just read before the dream came in. They called it Top Secret, featuring an interview with a supposed government informant, but it was such obvious fake writing that I just laughed at it. Anyway, this alleged insider said they had a small handheld weapon, like a phaser from Star Trek, that was reverse engineered from ET technology. It had different settings, including stun, kill, and levitate, and he said everyone who worked at his facility supposedly had one of these weapons. So here, the readings use what I had just read to make their own theme, which is of the abilities that each person will possess after Ascension. And then this transformation I talk about in Convergence, the book. So again, let's read that one more time, because now it'll make sense what he meant by the handheld radio gun. Think about such things as the Roswell crash and their effects on your civilization, meaning extraterrestrial anti-gravity, all that new technology we're about to get. That's all part of what he's talking about. But the truest handheld radio gun, which could do, levitate, stun, whatever, comes from the power produced within the self at the time of your Ascension physical transformation. You will then be able to levitate objects and produce stunning displays in other formats as well. It's such a triumphant, hopeful thing to end on. And so we're going to, I think I've given you guys enough of it, but let's just see if there's something here that's really, really good that we need. Oh yeah, so this one I really wanted you guys to see, so I want you to see this one now. So think about the case that you have led in comparison with cases that others have led. The case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match with your lower selves long enough. It is time for the gladiators to step out of the cage. It is time for the nuclear traitors to suit up into their fourth-dimensional negative bodies and leave behind the world that they have been so vehemently stomping upon in the present moment. That is just dazzling, right? Because the case captain is 47. And it says the case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match. Didn't I just call the battle between Elon and 47 WrestleMania? Yes, I did. I had slides that you guys made for me where we talked about it being WrestleMania, and we had pictures of 47 as if he was Hulk Hogan and so forth. The case captain has been lockups, right, the lockdowns, in a wrestling match with your lower selves long enough. It is time for the gladiators to step out of the cage. That means the war is going to end, and it is time for the nuclear traitors to go into their fourth-dimensional bodies, which means they're not going to be alive anymore, some of them, and leave behind the world that they have been so vehemently stomping upon in the present moment. That one, I'm like, dude, we got to read that one. So we got through that. Okay. Yeah, actually, let's read the next slide too. I'm gonna go right on ahead from where we were. The case captain has been locked up in a wrestling match with your lower self long enough. It is time for the gladiators to step out of the cage. Time for the nuclear traitors to suit up into their fourth-dimensional bodies and leave behind. I mean, this is so present-centered. It's just dazzling. It represents the whole DS. For it is said that with these changes come the advent of peace. What we don't want is a repeat of the Northridge earthquake and or the 3 Mile Island nuclear fallout scenario. Holy crap. Holy crap. Phrased in common terms, it could be thought of as a travesty, as a traffic ticket left unpaid for, an account with the divine that needs to be brought to zero balance. Nations against nations will not deflect the truth of each one of you as a being. Rather, see this as an opportunity to express your own creaturehood on a massive scale. Your governments are simply fulfilling the promises made by each of you. Step beyond hearsay and into a fully direct visual manifestation of what it is that hides within you, in the lurking dark recesses of the mind that have not been acknowledged by most of you. It is largely psychological warfare, as should be read. In many of these cases, as such foreign policy arrangements do not presuppose the necessity of peace to arrive first instead of last. I mean, dude, it's so time looped, it's just like, holy crap, wow. Let's see if it keeps on going. I think it does. And yet now, in Central Europe, conditions are taking action that will inevitably lead to further conditions of taking action. That's Ukraine. That's what they're talking about. We do see that there is a renewed possibility for the more unfortunate probability vortices to be made manifest in the present circumstances. It's a direct prophecy of what's going on, and Michael is telling us that it could get unfortunate. I knew you guys needed to see that one. However, understand that this is only indicative of the advancing speed and frequency of your planetary vibrations. It should not, that should be read too, it should not be viewed as an object of immense fear. When we delve into the broken areas in the tissues of the collective human organism, we must first diagnose the problem before we can operate on the level of finding a solution. All right, so now I gotta jump ahead because it's referring to the dream. Hold on. Okay, let's just go to this because this is beautiful too, and then we're going to go right into Ezra because we're out of time. Behind the outdoor garden fence, there lies a vista of awareness that is being shattered in the present moment by those who would seek to dampen its waters. Although there are many of you on this planet who are indeed aware of the expanding consciousness that is now occurring, these events of warfare, that should be highlighted. I just didn't have enough time to do all this. These events of warfare, which we're experiencing now, do help to show you that there is another aspect to the story as well. A vista of awareness that is being shattered. Expanding consciousness. And the garden is a frequent metaphor for ascension. The current globalist agenda is likened in many ways to fascism. Although it is necessary for you to eventually have global government, we will say it is indeed the power structure as it now stands that wishes for this to occur, this war. And without the cooperation of all countries involved, there are indeed going to be the rising aggressions of this sort. So all countries have to cooperate. That's what the arrests really are. So this is, again, where we're going to cut it for our live stream. Let's again reread March 17th because it's so central. It can come back every week. Don't worry. Have faith in the Ascension and in the timelines as given, 2025. This is sure to be an event of biblical proportions. Mark my words on that one. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. So there you have it, dude. I mean, what a time loop. It's like, it's dazzling. Somebody says, I think it's Adreno, da-da-da-da. Well, anyway, there's all these different layers to the metaphors that we're seeing. And these prophecies really show me that it's about to be over, that it's going to lead to ascension. This is not going to be a big, horrible problem. So again, if you're interested in the Michael Prophecy books, you can get them at thedisclosure.com. It's 7 books and 35 hours of supporting video for $144. And this is the ultimate dot connector, man. It goes way beyond what I did in this show. If you want to keep it going, go to thedisclosure.com. The video is all very high quality. It's got lots of production value and B-roll. It's great stuff. The and insider stuff. The discount code you have to enter in is concrescence, and then you get it for that special price at thedisclosure.com. Now, we're going right into, at the 3 hour and 45 minute mark, we're going right into what the Alliance has to say. Now, the combination of the crop circles that we're seeing and the wicker formations and then the accuracy of the Michael Prophecies. He's just so openly talking about what's going on in 1999. It's just absolutely dazzling. These posts give us the final stage of the puzzle. We're still at 4,500 viewers. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. I'm trying to get it done in 4.5 hours. I agree with you. I don't want the show to drag 5-6 hours if I can avoid it. So let's just move through this quickly and get it done. This is the Alliance, and I believe that this is from them. He's not going to claim that, but okay, well, there's something interesting going on here. It's at least a great source of news, if nothing else. So the first thing is the fear-mongering about these attacks. He's warning that they're planning to give weapons to these other individuals and that they would be capable of threatening our country. He says that this is on a global scale and it puts the entire world in danger. He also claims, that's what they were talking about, the FF within the FF, that this country made 2 attempts to assassinate the president. See what they're trying to set up? They're trying to make you demonize people so that you'll authenticate any atrocities that they want to do. It's time for the nuclear traitors to suit up and leave the gladiators in the cage. You know, they're walking away. He's no longer just defending them. He is standing against a threat that endangers all of us. And so we always want to look at the number of seconds. This is 1 minute, 1 second, so that's 61. And then we go back to the posts from 2017, which is the best Alliance resource that anybody ever has had. It's the most authentic, and this seems to be a code that works every week. As discussed, we've anticipated blackouts on Twitter X and other social media platforms. Expect outages periodically because everything is infiltrated. Isn't that interesting? So again, what we're seeing here, that these guys, he's trying to blame the attacks that the DS made. He's trying to blame those assassination attempts on his own enemy. So then we see a post that came out about this. So first again, anticipating social media blackouts. That's been happening. Outages are happening. That is true. Then we see this. This is the more inside version of what they post on TG. And again, we've had stunning proofs in the last couple of weeks. This is definitely some kind of insider with some kind of intelligence that's valuable to us. We don't know exactly who he is or what he is, but it's something. What is an FF within an FF? And remember, they just tried to blame whoever shot the president as being this enemy they have. A regular will blame an enemy for an attack you yourself committed, but when you have one within another one, that adds another layer. You not only stage the attack and blame your enemy, but you also leak or allow evidence to emerge that it was staged, so your real enemies start to look like the ones who staged it. That's what he was talking about. And so he posted this at the same time he did the other one on X. This is deception within deception, designed to confuse, divide, and manipulate both the public and your opponents into turning against each other while you stay hidden behind the layers. That is exactly what Michael was talking about in the time loop. It's dazzlingly, intricately connected. I love it. Then we have Peter, who was confronted, and supposedly this man was behind the vice president as a financier, so this is very squeamish, of course. Confronted and screamed at by a woman, calling him a satanic evil demon, ... as he exited this year's secretive build meeting. Oh my God. Whew. He's the billionaire founder of Palantir, involved with them for over a decade. And that's that mass surveillance thing, apparently. Their agenda this year reportedly covered topics like the Middle East, UK, artificial intelligence, and even population. Post number 56 is one of the ones that they know I don't read because it's just talking about this particular organization, this brotherhood, and how it comes over here, but it again does fit. The implication is that he might be working with her, because remember, this was about Peter and it was about the Bilderberg. So I think this is all interconnected. Yep, it seems like he is connected to their brotherhood. And I don't know what I meant by saying M. Oh, Mace, yeah, that's what it means. Anyway, that's the implication. And then he says, follow this individual who also confronted him about things like surveillance systems. 14 is this classic post, which again, we've read so many times, I feel like we've kind of milked it to a very large degree. But read the middle there. Was he asked to run for president? Yes, that's the answer. This was from the Alliance. So the Alliance is really showing you what they're up to here. What happens if these funded operations get violent and engage in domestic operations? What happens if mayors, police commissioners, and chiefs do not enforce the law? What authority does the president have specifically over this part of the military, the Marines, and why is this important? And then they're telling you he was asked to run for president with assurances made that tampering would be prevented. And they keep him 5 steps ahead. This is all talking about the Alliance. So exciting, man. I mean, I'd already known about this for 8 years, so you can imagine how excited I was when this came out. So then we see severe, unprecedented devastation. Fox releasing powerful footage showing the aftermath of these attacks, saying it's an unprecedented crisis. They've never had anything like this before, and they're in a fight for their survival. It's so sad. You know, anybody that would enjoy this, I don't know where you come from. But then, right there, the only way is the military, fully controlled, save and spread once the arrests of 11.3 will give you the verification of the first marker. So there it is right there, just as plain speaking as possible. The only way is the military. It's not going to happen any other way. They are going to do some kind of operation. They keep making that point over and over again. Nothing has changed this week, so it could be closer than ever. I believe it is. He wants to defend them to the maximum extent. This is not something that you're going to win points for on this page. Ezra's posts are not into that. If I'm reporting on him accurately, we'll say that much. He's urging us to keep the military fully prepared to defend them by any means necessary. They must be given every possible resource. Ugh. You know what that means. We don't want them using any nukes. No matter the cost. He warns that a nuclear-armed Iran would be an existential threat not just to them, but to us on this side of the pond as well. So again, just because he posts this doesn't mean he agrees with it. It's just the opposite, actually. So then 2 minutes and 4 seconds is 1:24, and it's the crosshairs. Seems very appropriate there because they said military is the only way. Then we have Glenn talking about the Islamic Messiah, which is known as the Mahdi. He says Iran is not the same as Iraq. The people just want regime change, and the strike was justified against a death-driven government. He warns that their leaders believe in the return of a messianic figure known as the Mahdi, and that this is where typical evil ideas come in. By spreading global chaos and bloodshed, they can speed up the arrival of the Messiah. How ridiculous, right? I mean, it's just the opposite. It's exactly the opposite. According to Beck, their ultimate goal is to ignite end times by unleashing destruction on the entire world. So there might be some truth in this. You know, that might have been why they posted it, is they want you to see that there is evil there and that these people do have some pretty delusional religious beliefs. That's entirely possible. I mean, they've warned about it quite a bit in these posts. So then we have an unusual one here we don't see too often. List of Republicans in House and Senate who will not be seeking re-election. Why is this relevant? Because they've been working behind the scenes for a really long time. And Beverly Adams just posted, from my dad's 2014 deathbed prophetic message, we will be healed and it will be controlled in a military manner. Absolutely. So thank you guys for being here. We got lots of great love coming in. You are the hero of my ascension process, David. Thank you, says Elizabeth Kozchokorowska. So that's why gas isn't free. Yeah, if they close up the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to get a lot more expensive for gas. So, next one on the list here. He wants us to take stronger action. Of course, that's what they always want. Remember, they're called nuclear traitors by Michael. Furious with anyone not willing to back the war. There's a difference between putting America first and letting it fall. He wants us to take stronger action, and he makes that clear. Well, there you go. But I think that whatever was done was much less than what was being planned, and it's actually a brilliant counter move. Why, by coincidence, is there an attack or mental health sea-level attack within a short time right after they get negative news on that side? Do you believe in coincidences? No. What they're saying is this is going to be common knowledge that these attacks are staged to try to throw off their negative news. They think you are stupid, puppets without power. They want to take things from you so you will have no power left. And they want to control the narrative. The media is very hostile towards the president. It's controlled by this organization. They push these topics coordinated. You know all this stuff already. So anyway, it's pretty amazing. Next, we have the comedian calling for impeachment. His name is Dave. He's calling for the impeachment, saying that this individual is fueling the war. He was once a vocal supporter, but now says he was wrong and that he's a traitor to the base. Declared that neocons have taken over. No matter who you vote for, you end up with a John McCain. Well, obviously this is not true, but that's just the way he sees it, and he's entitled to an opinion. Then they give us this classic code phrase that, again, somewhere in the Philippines, probably has something very dark going on there. We've showed it to you on the map before. I just didn't have time this week. Then he says that they are close to having this massive capability. They were close to completing 2 of these, which led them to launch their preemptive strike, so they said. One had atomics, and the other was a massive arsenal with 20,000 traveling at 6 times the speed of sound. Well, did they finish it or not? I don't know. If they had 20,000, that's quite a number of them. He stresses they had to act just in time to stop these weapons. Well, that could have been true. I mean, you know, maybe he's right. Maybe there were going to be 20,000 and they got it right before. That might be possible. 4.1 million views on that one. Can you believe that? Post number 33. I'm hopeful my time spent here was not wasted. Note that there are hardly any shills here. We don't want the clutter. So again, this all fits. It shows we're at the end of the game. Photos from this wedding are the next thing. I didn't even bother to enhance them. We'll just leave it as it is. So Alex and the other one have released photos from their lavish wedding, joined by none other than Bill and you-know-what. Also in attendance were K, D, and high-profile guests. So you can imagine who's in these photographs. I'm like, you know what? I'm just don't have the time to get it. So then he says, clear sign we are living in end times. And it's just footage of them getting married together. So it's kind of a joke. Post number 8. And then it mentions her name. So this again proves that the code fits, right? The code fits because he's mentioning her name right as he's in the number of seconds. It's 8 seconds. The very first thing it says is her name, and it was a video of her getting married. So you think there's a code here? Yeah, I do. Her husband is in jail. What would you do? Kiss your child goodbye and leave without a mother or father for so-and-so? Yep. So military intelligence, no FBI. The president installed his people within each top spot at every agency except one. Do you think they are in control of those respective agencies? You betcha. And this is why Senate Republicans are dropping out. Reorganization is underway and happening. So then we have Huckabee in Israel. And again, some of this I thought was really right on the nose with Archangel Michael and the voice of God. He revealed a message from Huckabee who told him he was chosen by God for this very moment in history. He described himself as the appointed servant in this land and said he believes the president will soon hear a voice from heaven. Well, it's happening. I mean, this Michael stuff is very interesting. There's nothing else like it on earth right now. He says, you sent me here to be your eyes, ears, and voice. And I read you the whole thing before and why I thought it was so cool. Total control. How did the United States go from being we're not involved in any way to having total control of the skies? Well, again, you know, he's playing it like maybe he's not happy about this. We don't really know if that's true. But that's just the character that he's playing right now. They won't back down easily. This is the next one. Claiming the recent strikes were merely warnings, not a display of their full strength. They're urging civilians to evacuate immediately, warning the next waves will show true power. They're vowing to avenge the blood of martyrs and will have a fierce and unforgiving response. So this is all the fear stuff. I get it. It's necessary. But again, Michael is telling us this is going to be over quickly and that the instigators might not have such good success. Remember that part? Oh my God. Post number 89, they currently have open investigations into this foundation. How much money was sent to the foundation under the disguise of humanitarian relief? And what countries were donating the most money? And then they mentioned Saudi again. So that's the way it was before the revolution in 2017, as we say every week. So then we have Lindsay saying everyone has to be ready to die for us to win. No, I don't think so. Every member of the military has to be prepared to die to bring down this government. The entire force stand behind the idea that removing the leadership would make it a safer place. You can't guarantee your freedom and safety unless you're willing to go to war. Man, he's got a sassy mouth, doesn't he? Well, I don't think they like it. That's why they pointed it out. But we'll just leave it at that. Post number 66. Our own president is under attack from these groups. Yes, it's a civil war within the inside. They just attacked him, and it was immediately detected by military intelligence, so obviously this has happened again, and he was alerted. What actions are immediately occurring because of this? So there's probably some attempt made on him that we haven't heard about. If this leaks or there is immediate action at Langley, then you'll have verification ahead of schedule. So something must have just happened. Now he's denying any reports of interference. This is the next thing. Denies reports that he stopped in a plan to assassinate the leader, said that was false. Well, I doubt that's true. Sorry. It's just my personal belief. He said the conversations never happened and makes it clear they're going to act on their own terms. Well, he's probably wrong. We will do what we need to do. We will do what we'll need to do, and I think the United States knows what's good for the U.S. Well, remember what that prophecy in my dream was about the two people would start fighting, the benevolent ETs would show up, and then, whoom, something happens. Hold on, I got 2 donations here, so let's grab that. Thank you, guys. I want to stay on top of them if I can. Let's see, did I get the... that was the Beverly Adams. Yeah, we got that one. And she, again, had said, we will be healed and it will be controlled in a military manner. That was her father's deathbed message. Then we have 2 more. We have Alec Elmore. He says, we are about to emerge into an age of divinity. Remember, blank will be saved for last, the small country. The crescendo is building. The whole world feels it. I love your work, David. I hope this contribution helps you even more. Thank you very much. Alec, I appreciate it. And then Charlie Winner, the general, just posted, quote, intelligence officials say blank-backed militias from this country that was attacked are making plans against U.S. bases. Yeah, I have that one. Charlie, thank you. And pray for peace. You're absolutely right. So I think we've got safety in all different levels that's coming into view for us now. So here we go, back to the slide. Post number 31. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone else. That is some of the reasons why things that tie back to certain foreign heads of state will remain classified, not all. Well, look at who they were just interviewing. That's obviously telling you you're not going to learn everything about him. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. We are working to balance good that we're doing and purify our government to remove entrenched bad actors. I mean, this is one of the great posts, so it's great to see it again. Now they show you a video of how he's been saying nuclear since 1996, and that it's never changed. You know this. You've probably seen this before. 69 seconds. Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. We will never forget. All of you share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. And we have the Lord is my shepherd prayer, but I want to just keep going. Again, thank you guys for that hero endorsement. It's really great to hear, because I know I'm one of the ones you see as a hero. So then he drops this line, the hunters become the hunted. Whoa! So he said that the tables have turned. He was once the target, but now the ball is in his court. I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. Well, this line appears 9 different times in the posts. And so this is the latest one, which is post 3599. The harvest crop has been prepared. Isn't that interesting? Sounds like crop circles. The book of Matthew, the Ascension. Yeah, they knew about my work back then. And will soon be delivered to the public for consumption. They're calling it the harvest. A higher loyalty, hunters become the hunted. Treason, sedition, how do you remove a liability? Your 6 o'clock, which would be what is behind you, can be dangerous. Is your family proud? So for him to actually make that statement when it shows up 9 times in the posts is one of those like if you just don't want to believe any of this and you're just going to be sarcastic, there's a couple of them in the comments here I saw. You're going to be sarcastic and David is just da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He's just reading his dreams. Look, dude. This much sizzle did not come by accident. This takes time and planning. And the Alliance has sizzle too. The Alliance is real and it's obvious. And you just have to open your mind and stop being so cynical, and you're going to be able to see it for what it is. And this is a damn good proof, because he said the catchphrase that appears 9 times in the posts. And then we got post number 16, 16-second video. Grab your popcorn. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the promise. So something is going to happen this week that's big. By Friday, we will have seen it. And that's super exciting, right? I mean, think about it. Wow. He knows he must clean house in order to free up and demonstrate who has authority to pass legislation. All will come into focus, and anyone who thinks he's not insulated and in control is kidding themselves. There's no risk of impeachment. So then he says there's no exceptions on our support for this country. Really? No exceptions, huh? How ingenious. I don't think I would agree with that at all. He states that every Christian has a biblical duty to stand with them with no exceptions. Really? Okay, I will respectfully disagree. Let's just leave it at that. He insists that this modern nation is the same divinely blessed one spoken of in the Bible. Maybe not in the highest levels of leadership. Let's just start from there. I was taught from the Bible that those who bless them will be blessed, and anyone who curses them will be cursed, and Tucker just eats him alive. It is so funny if you haven't seen it. It's like, ooh, where in the Bible does it say that? You know, give me chapter and verse. And he can't, because it's an implication based upon reinterpretations of stuff that is said in the Old Testament. Things could have changed quite a bit in 2,000 years. You know, you can't just assume that this is true. And so he's trying to reach those fundamentalist Christians who would still fall for this, which I would not be in that category at all. You know, we got to go beyond hive-minded groupthink here. So again, wouldn't agree. Post number 146 is pretty big. And what does it say? This is again talking about BO and how he was shipping these materials that now have ended up in the hands of Iran. So we're being told, and that's why they're not allowed to have them. Remember, 47 posted that thing with all the money around him. So this is tying back into that idea that he actually set this up so uranium could be transported and exported from the U.S. The public has been given a select taste. Rest assured, others in the alliance have it all. 100% verifiable, impossible to refute. So they're going to tell you this, they have it all, but they have to navigate the world into a place where we can be told the truth first. And Lila just donated, thank you very much. We're at 4,577 viewers, wow. Thank you guys for being here. They have operators inside the media, and when they get exposed, this is going to be very interesting. The wormhole goes deep. Then he just ends his career on Tucker. After telling him that they are not a foreign lobby, but an American one. Really? Does it say that in the Bible too? Sorry, I shouldn't have gone there. Say that in the Bible too? Mm-hmm. He openly admitted from the very beginning his entire political mission was to defend these people. Whoa. He also claimed they don't lobby on behalf of the government. He has no idea if its members are even in contact with any officials. Sure. I mean, yeah, you want to believe that, that's fine, but Tucker is not buying it at all. Look at his gesturing. 1.6 million views. We got more donations coming in. The best YouTube show donated $2. Thank you very much. Bots have been deactivated upon arrival, and this is a rare one. We don't usually see this one. Keep up the good fight. It's spreading. That's good, because again, we're not against anybody's religion. We're not even against anybody's country, but there is a tightly controlled group at the top that has been really, really nasty, and that's the problem. That's what we're really talking about here. So then he says that these underground factories have been untouched. Well, this was before the strikes that occurred, because those were done on the 21st or 20th, something like that, right around the solstice. He dropped a bombshell revealing their underground factories are still fully operational and untouched. He said trust between these two countries is at an all-time high, describing their relationship as very strong. Uh-oh, he may act on their behalf to help bring an end to the hostilities. But then later on, he says he only blames a small country. He doesn't blame us. And look at what Michael's prophecy was. When people started violence, these ETs would show up and they'd create something that could lead to the perpetrators both dying. That was a very heavy prophecy. I don't like getting prophecies like that, but I felt obligated to share it with you. Post number 1 million views, by the way, is awesome. Post number 37, once again, it's applauding me for continuing and others like me. There's a lot of us out here. They are the true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history. Ooh, that means it's right around the corner. It could very well be now. I mean, we're in the final scare event here. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture our sacred republic. Woo, I love it. From evil, bad actors who for so long sacrificed good people of this land for their own personal gain, fight the good fight and let justice be served. Wow. It just makes me feel stronger as I read this. It's incredible. Representative Mace says they want to finish the job. That they're not the same as Iraq. She got real intelligence. The threat of them developing something is real, and that they could try to do a strike against us. So they need to act now and finish the job. Well, again, if you support the small country too much, you're going to get dinged by his opinion on these posts. So this may not be a good thing. And this one is a very, very long thing, so we're not going to read the whole thing. It's talking about these two brothers that were very criminally implicated. Again, 14 fish, we showed the picture. Did one or both escape the country and was let out? Well, again, this is talking about how they're all going to go on the run when the arrest gets started. And they're going to run through TSA and private jets, local airports in close proximity to D.C., similar to what happened after the events of 2001. The plane has, down at the bottom now, the plane has a military escort and will be forced down. So they're not going to be allowed to escape, you guys. They're telling us right now, this will be leaked. Watch the news and have faith. Holy crap. I mean, it's exciting, right? They're not going to be allowed to escape. And why was there a recent smear campaign against the president? Why is the timing important? And who released the article? The Council of Wizards and Warlocks, which is their name for their alliance, cannot be defeated. Nice view up here. So they were up in a plane. So again, this suggests that all these arrests are going to happen. People are going to try to escape. They're going to try to flee. And then their planes are not going to be allowed to leave. That sounds pretty cool to me. Now, this guy who's got some pretty wild eyes is predicting we're going to have a cyber attack in the next 30 days from Iran. Ooh, right? Because they might want to hit us where it counts. But then it's probably going to end up being somebody else, and you know who. Remember, what did the Michael reading say? It said that the real perpetrator is not the most visible. It's somebody behind the scenes. Very, very interesting, huh? Why does so-and-so come off as a self-righteous individual? P.S. I've been seeing tons of UAP activity in South Florida. Well, I don't know the answer to that. I don't have any affiliation with her. So anyway, I don't want to say anything bad about anybody else in our field. So he says all signs point to a major strike and says their cyber capability is highly advanced and it could even breach our nuclear reactors. Well, look, this is all called pre-framing or staging. He's formerly with the company. There is no formerly with the company. Look at his eyes. You don't get out. You can come and go anytime you like, but you can never leave. And so, yeah, they're signaling what they're getting ready to do. They're going to try to do something big. It's going to trigger the 10 days of darkness. It might not work, but they're going to try it. And it's going to happen within the next 30 days, and they're going to blame it on this country because that could be the final ignition sequence for the arrest. So, like, literally every day counts right now. I do think I'm going to have a show next week because, again, there's a really amazing time loop for next week. That reading from the 21st, we just got started. It's dazzling. I can't wait to show it to you. And I like not going 6 hours. We're almost done now, and I'm not burning myself out as much. So that's great. So we have 2 here Diana Silvera Olson just donated, and she's got 13 thumbs up. Thank you very, very much. I have been under attack for weeks now, says Midnight Mark, because I promote the righteous one. The bro's eyes be like, ugh, somebody said, yeah. Cash also has eyes like that sometimes. Well, come on. Stop the hate, you say spread love. That's right. Thank you, Serena Bella. And we're now at we're almost 4,700 viewers again, so it's climbing back up. Thank you guys for being here. So you don't really get out of the company. You're always a member. And he's pre-framing what they want to do and blame it on these guys. So yes, the next month should be very interesting, folks. Anything is possible. And what do they say in response? To those watching, and you know who you are, you have a choice to make, and they're probably talking to him as well in the video. You can stand up and do what you know is right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down this message board or the net, we will be ready. Dude, that is a direct frickin' response to the video. If you decide to take down the internet, we will be ready. You are on the losing side. Stand up and do what you know is right. There's still deals people can cut, apparently, or you'll suffer the consequences. So the code works, man. The number of seconds, and then you check the video. They just told us last week, look at the 17-second mark on the official Army video, and there it was, these two guys, and it says hang them. It's like, okay, well, that's very direct, more than I would be. I'm just reporting on it. So she's calling for soldiers to reject their orders, take a dishonorable discharge rather than get involved in something like this. No one should die for a foreign government just to serve elite interests. The real disgrace lies with the politicians who have lied to us for decades. Why don't they dishonorably discharge themselves from public office? And then we're up to post 86, and it says, again, Saudi is the wonderland, and this is your Alice in Wonderland signature. This is important. So all this stuff is going to come out about where the money was coming from and how the negative people there got overthrown. Now Saudi's okay. Everything's fine. And there might be still some of it there, but much, much less. At least the president is fine. So social media influencers have gone livid, you guys, demanding to know why the world is turning a blind eye. They argue it's nothing like the strikes they made and said that these are being used as shields. They're reminding everyone that attacking sick children and cancer patients is pure evil and silence makes it worse. So again, it's like rules for thee, but not for me. It's kind of the saying here that they're pointing out, the hypocrisy they're pointing out. 1 minute and 8 seconds, post number 68, and then again, the same name shows up. HHH, where is she? Who is she connected to? What is her family history? How did she meet the big one? Why did the big one say, what did the big one say about her that demonstrates how close they are? Can we expose every crooked politician? No, because 70% of them are crooked. So again, it fits in very nicely. They're going to let a lot of people walk. That's the point. Then in one post on Truth, he gave 3 astounding drops in a row. This has removed all ambiguity about the alliance. I saw some of you guys posting about this. Yes, it's absolutely real. You can't get it any farther up the chain than this, and this is what he just said. He dropped a post on Truth, and it features an image of him alongside bold phrases. Now notice, these phrases are phrases that appear multiple times in the post, and he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that. He just calls them bold phrases, so he can't say what he knows. He's not telling you everything. Keith Hemmer, thank you for the donation. 4,700 people now. But all 3 of these, trust the plan, nothing can stop, and hunted to the hunter, dude, that's what's in the posts. So this is the full-blown proof that yes, you should trust the plan. Yes, he knows what he's doing. Nothing can stop what is coming. Now the alliance is the hunter. I mean, mic drop moment. And we've had many of these. That's why, like, if you don't understand that this is what's going on, I'm sorry. I'm going to make it easy for you. We're probably going to be able to get this done just at the 4.5 hour mark, which is great because I want to respect your time, get you out of here quicker. But there's so many things going on. There's a lot to cram into one show. The Iranian leader went viral for a post where it says, any Muslim who denies Jesus Christ and St. Mary's infallibility is rejected by Islam. This is how Islam respects Jesus and Mary. P-Bud. Who the heck knows what... Oh, peace be upon them is what that means. P-Bud. P-Bud doesn't sound as good as peace be upon them. So that's actually pretty cool. You know, it shows that they're all trying to reach the same common consensus. And so maybe we don't, you know, need to get rid of him. But then again, the ETs in my dream showed up. When people create violence, sometimes both of the people are lost. So there's a prophecy hanging over this guy. And it's like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I didn't want to even read it, but I don't want to suppress what Michael is saying either. If he's going to say something like that, I feel obligated to report it, okay? Then Michelle says she's glad she never had a son because he would have ended up just like her ex, which is now, we don't see that they're exes yet, but it's already being obvious. He would have been just like him, and I would have felt for him. So that's really sad, huh? That's definitely like full-blown divorce in progress in the public eye, meltdown. And once again, we have 14, which we already saw before. But again, I'll just read a couple things. He has the goods on most bad actors. He was asked to run for president. And the military plays a vital role in what's going on. He's surrounded by highly respected generals. And various operations are getting violent, engaging in domestic acts. The police don't want to enforce anything, so he has to have authority over the Marines. And he was asked to run with assurances made to prevent tampering. So then we have good old VP putting the blame squarely on this country. So if he does anything retaliatory, this is where it's going to end up going. Because remember, he might want to defend the other guys. He's accusing them of provoking the conflict. It was them, not Iran, that started the war, and predicts that they will ultimately fail to achieve their objectives. They won't reach their goals. Let's hope that this doesn't happen, that he stays the hell out of there, because that would be really freaking scary. But we just have no idea what's going to happen, you guys. And I am not talking to any insiders right now. Nobody is slipping me anything. Everything I'm doing is from analysis, these posts, and the time loop of Michael from 1999, and my dreams. That's it. Nobody's giving me any direct anything. So again, this is very highly responsive military intelligence versus three-letter groups that do not have a congressional oversight. And the president will impose military intelligence takeover investigations for these agencies. It's incredible, huh? So it just keeps on coming. He says that these tactics will not work. They're going to try to blame everything on this country and say, oh my God, we had a power outage. It's all their fault. No. He was asked about a possible attack on U.S. assets that could quickly be blamed on Iran. He replied the real perpetrators would be identified immediately and they would face serious consequences. This strategy will not work. Nobody's going to fall for it being from them. So this, if they try it, which they probably will, something big is probably going to happen. We're all living through history one day at a time here. Next week's readings are very intense, talking about war. So I expect it will be going on next Sunday. I'm going to be here for you. Post number 23. Military intelligence has the same special access programs as other three-letter agencies after this event. And this company thinks the offshore assets are strong enough to defend against the U.S. executive, but that does not account for military on domestic soil. The Constitution explicitly grants this authority to deploy the military to the president, knowing that the agencies would grow so much in power that the executive could be held hostage or forced to engage with bad actors. Someone new has been nominated to every agency except one, and he controls the top. And they just said that a few posts ago. So again, this is very, very obviously intentional, that it was 23. This just totally blows me away. The assassin says he was hired by the governor, like what? So that they could take her place, he could take her place in the Senate. How ridiculous. The media is already dismissing it as conspiratorial, confusing, and barely coherent, a page and a half of rambling. No, I think that's a confession. It's all going to come rolling out in such a beautiful way. This was the guy that was going to be the vice president. Oh my God. Post number 95, what happened in Saudi Arabia will happen here and in Asia and in the European Union. Whew. Dude, amazing. And we're seeing it happen right now. The guy who was going to be the VP implicated in this mafia type of it, it's incredible. Keep digging and keep organizing. This is critical, so I'm listening to them and I will keep doing it. Then we have Bill throwing shade. This is an interesting deviation, sort of like my dream. Remember, he was on stage and he was performing music. Everybody liked him. He's been eager to go to war with Iran for years, claiming it helps him stay in power. That's probably true. He says he hopes the president can calm the situation without dragging us into another forever war. I would agree with that. Maintains they should never be allowed to have this. Well, apparently the president agreed. So yeah, that might be in response to my dream about him dancing on stage and playing a keyboard. Post number 69, Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. We will never forget you. All of you share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. And again, we have the Lord is my shepherd prayer. But I really do want to finish on time, and we're going to do it, man. Oprah says she never went to one of these gatherings, and she's always the first to leave any event. At the same time, former spiritual advisor also denied any connection to these parties or lifestyle. Well, maybe she's telling the truth. Who knows? But we're going to find out, I would imagine. Post number 50, again, how did they actually obtain uranium? Oh, there they are. How did Iran get it? And look at who's in trouble now. So this is very, very interesting. And once again, why did he send billions by cash and wire over to them? Why the cash component? Well, now it's all making sense, right? Like, the DS set this up, wanted them to have these weapons. They cleared everybody out of there, and 47 just got rid of them. Because this was all part of the DS. It's not one person controlling, it's a powerful entity. So there you go, man. Amazing. Then we have George, who did not attend the wedding, stating, oh, but he's in good health. He just doesn't explain why he's absent. The day afterwards, they posted a Father's Day photo of the two of them together, showing him in what appeared to be his upcoming wedding day tuxedo. He allegedly hosted a private family gathering the day before the wedding. Well, he's probably so sick, if he's even really alive, that, I mean, not like I think that's a body or something, but he's so sick he can't even be around people. So once he goes, man, there's going to be a huge power change because he's got blackmail on so many people. So it's very interesting. Then the president is going pro. As you can see right here, they're saving the world and protecting our civilization. And they've dissed him several times recently in these posts. Argues that attacking them is the same as attacking Judeo-Christian value, which he says is the foundation of our capitalism. Yeah, this is somebody who unfortunately is buying into all of it. And again, we don't have a problem with the people. It's just a few at the very top. They've already saved the world multiple times, pointing to the destruction of nuclear reactors in Iraq in the 80s and Syria in 2007. Well, again, you know, that's just what he believes. But then, whoa, oh my God, let's look at that again. Dude, it's 35. Woo! This is one of the two most significant posts on the arrests, and here it is again. He will be well insulated on Air Force One and abroad in specific classified locations while these mass arrest operations are conducted because of the nature of the entrenchment. It is time to take back our country and make America great again. Let us salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment. Dude, it's coming on so fast to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. It is our hope that this message reaches enough of you to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph it through normal methods for reasons I'm sure you can understand. But look at all the drops he just gave this week. I mean, he said, trust the plan. It's like, holy crap. Follow the questions from the previous threads. Remain calm. Primary targets are within the District of Columbia on both sides at the top. Anything that happens in the streets will quickly get shut down. Look for more of these bad events. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. And then it says 4:10:20, which ties back into 34. And that's the one that says that there's going to be messages on your phone. You're going to get an emergency broadcast. There might be up to 10 days. That's not in 34, but other places says it could be up to 10 days of darkness. There could be a blackout. The blackout may be blamed on Iran. if that happens, then that's probably when they're going to do it. So, you know, we're not going to keep waiting, you guys. That's the point. This is so exciting, and they put 35 in there, like, dang. We're not going to keep waiting. He confirms that they made an attack on these facilities. This was on the 21st, the day after the solstice. Confirmed that they launched direct attacks. A full payload was dropped. All of the aircraft involved returned home safely. They didn't even see it. And he ended his remarks by saying, now is the time for peace. Let's hope it stays that way, right? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Very successful attack on these three places. And then, there it was again, the solstice celebration. The single longest day of the year, da-da-da-da-da. So, he doesn't appear very happy about this because he says, how do you bomb 3 nuclear sites less than 24 hours after being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize? But again, you know, this could be him acting oppositional on purpose as part of disinformation being necessary, WrestleMania, that kind of thing. So I don't know what to believe. He tells people to shut up about World War III. Don't worry about it. Mark dismisses the fear and bluntly tells people to shut up. They didn't start this conflict or pull us in, and says they're just defending themselves and that America would also be acting in self-defense. I don't think shut up is going to work. People don't usually like to be told to shut up. You'll learn that the hard way if you haven't already figured that out. Would it blow your mind if I told you he's already been to this North country and is there now? Why did his administration do so little to slow their nuclear capability? Who feeds Iran with strategic intel? Oh my God. No wonder they wanted to get rid of it, which is what I think this is all about. What deal was done with them under this individual, and why was it sealed top secret? Why didn't they notify Congress? Why, after he leaves office, all of a sudden they have this technology and they can miniaturize it for delivery here? What about all these agencies claiming the tech won't be in place for 5+ years? Why is this relevant? Well, now we know. The DS set this up and it just got destroyed. So that was very, very interesting. He calls upon them to surrender immediately, warning that if they don't, that they will be gone into oblivion. The choice is simple, peace through strength or destruction through war, and says no force on earth can match what we have with all the classified stuff. That's true. 1.3 million views, post number 44. Again, telegraphing something will have happened before next Friday. Before he departs on Friday, he will send an important message, and God bless. Then we have this individual again confirming. It sounds like he's happy, thank God. I mean, because he would have done much worse, I think. He addressed the nation declaring the long-standing promise to destroy these facilities has now been fulfilled. Woo! Thank God that's the way he feels, right? Maybe we can get a quick end to this thing. He revealed the mission was carried out jointly. I think it's only partly true. I think they would have done a lot more if this hadn't happened first. He added that the president personally called to congratulate him on the success. Well, remember, what did the actual briefing that I read you before actually say? They wanted to use nukes, and the people here said no. So let's be so grateful that this thing didn't get any crazier than it was. Because if they did use nukes, that's frickin' totally crazy. That's exactly what Michael was talking about. Post number 112. Again, the above and the next drops have the high probability of shutting down this entire message board, which was called Paul. So they're talking again about how we're very close to the net potentially going down. Society could go into turmoil. It might even happen before next Friday. Who knows? We are safeguarding it for these transmissions. It is not 100% secure. And again, the DOD is the one who actually took over this message board so they could have control over these posts. They use this platform because it has anonymity. Stay alert in main U.S. cities, D.C., sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. Uh-oh. Repeat. Stay alert in main U.S. cities, D.C., sporting events, and other conservative gatherings. More events are imminent. Elections no longer matter at this stage. Above will have context as the news unfolds. Summarize and paint the picture. This is critical. Whoa. So yeah, I would just say don't go anywhere right now. We're right at the end and they're going to try to do weird stuff. It's violent and scary and nasty. So I'm not interested in traveling anywhere right now, man. Let's just stay home where everything good is. I have all the food I need. He says that 47 made the right call. Of course he's going to say that. He believes this marks the beginning of a path towards regime change, and the administration has already stated that it is not at war. So then we have post number 33. I'm hopeful my time spent here was not wasted. Note there are few, if any, shills inside the thread. We saw this one before. So then he calls it a spectacular military success that the facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Well, guess what? That removes any excuse for them to fight anymore, which I think was the whole point. And it probably was done by surprise. So they want to close the Strait of Hormuz, which again could create major economic trouble. So we don't want that to happen very long because that's going to drive everything up. They call for peace with Iran and say regime change is not the goal. It is not about regime change, according to the U.S. Chief of Defense, which I guess might be Rubio. So that is very interesting because it completely contradicts what they just said. Bolton said they're not trying to change the regime. They just don't want them to have these toys. If you guys want to suffer under that still, okay, but we're not trying to change anything. We just don't want you to end up destroying us with something because you guys are crazy and think that this is going to bring out the Messiah. That's what they were saying. So then this just popped up. Russia, China, and Pakistan propose a draft to the UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate, unconditional ceasefire in the Middle East. Woohoo! I mean, there you go. And we're at the 4-hour and 35-minute mark. So let's just dive right in so we can keep this pretty quick to the Global Peace Meditation. Thank you guys for being here. I really am so happy about today's show. It's quite something. So here we go, Global Peace Meditation. I'm going to zoom in on this camera. And so let's do this together. You guys are going to love this. It's just going to be quick. Here we go. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath and let it go. Feeling the gratitude, seeing that these final events, these scare events are now happening, that everybody wants it to quickly resolve and be peaceful, but that we may yet have unprecedented events, scary events that will be blamed on certain countries. Surround this whole situation with as much light as you can as you breathe deeply. Envision peaceful outcomes, lack of stress, lack of fear, that it all ends up working out in a benevolent and calm way without turning into something that's totally outrageous. We send our healing energies in this meditation effect. As we breathe deeply, we are envisioning peaceful outcomes. We are envisioning unity between people, and all of these things starting to change, just like Michael has been telling us. A spontaneous quantum leap in human evolution is coming. All these dreams where I'm levitating like Peter Pan and dancing up into the sky. Dreams of levitating colored balls and all this interesting stuff about the living ocean coming over you. They're so exciting, these prophecies about major telekinesis, visual displays, levitation, all these cool things that start to open up once the public finally learns the truth. And we're no longer being lied to about these issues that are of such incredible significance to all of humanity. We allow ourselves to feel that wonderful stillness, that silence of this present moment, breathing into the peaceful outcomes that will ensure that all goes as it is planned in this higher, optimum, positive timeline of ascension and not planetary destruction. And we affirm and certify in the name of Jesus Christ that we are the light, we are the love, we are the one infinite creator embodied in human form. This is as it was, as it will be, and as it is now. We thank you so much for this time together. In Jesus' name, we give great thanks. Amen. Woo! All right. And it's 32,222. It's 3 and 4 twos on my view counter. I don't know if you can see that. Beautiful synchronicity, just as we end. Sizzling! Yeah, this is a very, very sizzly jacket. I look good, I feel good, I sound good. This was a great show, you guys, and I'm so happy that we got this done together. I think 4:40 might be a good time to end on. So let's read some of your comments in the short time that I have here. See, I didn't want to make it 5 hours or 6 hours, and I said, how am I going to get all this Michael stuff in, get it to 4.5 hours? And I actually did it. So maybe more of you guys are going to take time for that. Where is my angry daddy? I'm a little tired right now, but we're at the very, very end of the show. Angry Daddy will be back next week. He's in some of my comedy videos that I shot for the bathroom break. But dude, it's so wild, all these things going on at the same time, and I hope that this has given you a sense of peace, a sense of greater tranquility, stability, calmness. Michael says this is very important. We don't want to get lost in the fear. You got to turn off the TV. You got to listen to the voice of faith within you. See that there's a secret plan going on here to make sure that this ends as peacefully as possible. Engage in it with your own prayer, with your own meditation, praying for a positive outcome. This is very, very important. I think we're very close to the end here. Jackie, baby, thank you, David. What an awesome show today. Did you get your deal? Yes, we did get the deal. David, please go look for the dragon cloud in the video where you flipped the ice block off the hot tub. Dragon cloud looks at you. Some of you guys have some very perverted things that you're saying, which I'm not going to read out loud, about chickens. Thank you so kindly, David Casey, with the illuminated coat of truth. Yeah, I'm never going to be able to beat this again. Let's just celebrate this sizzle jacket for how amazingly sizzly it really is. And I've just been bathed in sizzle. Anyway, I want to thank you guys, and we will see you again the next time. Thanks for watching. Barring anything else crazy, I will be here next Sunday, and believe me, the war prophecy time loop is just getting started. The next dream is very shocking, about people changing into vampires and werewolves, and they're doing it to each other. Oh, Richard Whitney just donated $200. Bless you, David, for your strength and hard work. Peace be upon you. Thank you very much, and we will see you the next time, guys. Thanks for watching.